Chapter 1171. Soon, the bodies of the 6 major Oracle Elemental Envoys had returned to their original state, and their originally weakened auras were rapidly recovering. It was as if the entire elemental realm was an endless energy storehouse that could continuously replenish the strength of the 6 major Oracle Elemental Envoys. As long as they didn't suffer a certain degree of destructive blow, they could fight indefinitely. Even if they were completely destroyed, they wouldn't really die. They only needed to spend time to be reborn, such as the Water Element Great Oracle. Only now did Shenrue realize that the main reason why he defeated the Water Element Great Oracle was because the other party was too careless. On the surface, the All-Heaven Star Mirror and Extreme Universe Annihilation seemed to have caused both sides to suffer. But strictly speaking, the All-Heaven Star Mirror in its dispersed state was superior to the Extreme Universe Annihilation in its concentrated state. It was only because this was the elemental realm that the Oracle Elemental Envoys could be so calm. Shenrue couldn't care about his injuries anymore. He tried his best to adjust the strength in his body. Just as the other party said, after burning his life to release the All-Heaven Star Mirror, his strength had greatly decreased. Even if he didn't consider his injuries, it would be impossible for him to release another big move of the same power. And for the Oracle Elemental Envoys whose bodies and strength could quickly and infinitely regenerate, the battle was indeed just the beginning. Even if he could release another burst of power, the result would only be his injuries getting worse. The Oracle Elemental Envoys would continue to regenerate. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, there wasn't much time to think now because the 6 major Oracle Elemental Envoys had once again released their astonishing auras. At this point, none of the major Oracle Elemental Envoys dared to underestimate Shenrue. They wouldn't hold back in the slightest against this terrifying opponent who could fight 1 against 6. Although this Extreme Universe Annihilation hadn't been released yet, as long as it was released, its power would definitely be far greater than the last time. Shenrue had no choice. The All-Heaven Star Mirror once again appeared beside him. Due to the weakening of his strength and the influence of his injuries, the power this time obviously couldn't reach the previous level. If the previous collision was said to be a draw, then after this exchange, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were more obvious. Not only Shenrue himself, but the 6 Oracle Elemental Envoys were also very clear about this. At this moment, the 6 Divine Elemental Envoys, who were preparing for the Extreme Universe Annihilation, simultaneously paused. They raised their heads and saw that the colorful light in the sky had suddenly accelerated. The rapidly flying colorful light condensed into colorful clouds, which quickly spread and soon covered the entire sky. The ancient and immortal aura from before became clearer and clearer, and the whole world began to tremble slightly. Amidst this trembling, the shape of the rainbow clouds rapidly changed, converging into a huge transparent ball of light. To be more precise, it was a cocoon of light. There was a human silhouette in the cocoon of light. Although it wasn't very clear, the outline was too familiar to Shenrue. He blurted out, "Rala." Rala floated in the center of the cocoon of light, her eyes closed as if she had lost consciousness. It looks like the 3 elemental goddesses have started to fuse. The damaged divine spark will also be reconstructed. Lord Lafferty's will is about to be reborn. The Oracle Elemental Envoys showed joy one after another, but Shenrue's heart sank again and again. He clenched his fists because he had tried several times just now, but he couldn't take Rala into the star sealing platform. Generally speaking, the star sealing platform could take in the star sealing platform within its line of sight, and could even ignore ordinary confinement or spatial distance. But now it couldn't succeed. It was obvious that the degree of obstruction of the cocoon of light had far exceeded ordinary space. In other words, the seemingly close distance was actually very far away, so it was impossible to exert the fusion power of the star sealing platform. Perhaps only by breaking through the cocoon of light could it succeed. But this difficulty was probably much greater than defeating the 6 oracle elemental envoys. That ancient aura that was above everything was not something that Qin could contend with. However, for Qin, whether or not he could do it was one thing, and whether or not he could do it was another. If he did it, it might not be possible. If he didn't do it, it definitely wouldn't be possible. Feeling the aura of the celestial star mirror suddenly increasing, the oracle elemental envoys hurriedly waited with rapt attention. However, when the nebula exploded, it was not aimed at the 6-pointed star array, but at the colorful clouds in the sky. It turned out that Qin concentrated the aura of the celestial star mirror at one point and finally broke through the blockade of cosmic annihilation, rushing straight to the position of the cocoon of light. Rala! This call full of power was not only emitted from the mouth, but also from the heart. The starry river rushed straight to the cocoon of light, but before it touched the nearby clouds, it seemed to encounter some unparalleled power and suddenly collapsed. Qin figure fell like a meteor. The star armor on his body had been completely shattered, his wounds were all open, and his consciousness was faintly blurred. No, I can't fall here yet. The starlight that was about to collapse managed to condense again. Qin tried to stabilize his body, and suddenly found that the aura of the surrounding oracle elemental envoys was completely locked. Stupid guy actually rushing to the sky that is already the real realm of gods. Throwing a punch at a god will only cause you to reap what you sow. As long as the divine spark reconstruction is completed, the will of Lady Lafferty will come again, and Rala will no longer exist. This is the meaning of her existence, and also the meaning of the Fairy Dragon clan's existence. The meaning of the Fairy Dragon clan's existence? Qin was taken aback, only to hear the Oracle of Light Element say, "This time we will not give you any chance to disturb the rebirth of the goddess." The light of cosmic annihilation began to shine. Qin was currently almost exhausted. In contrast, the celestial star mirror was particularly dim. Perhaps there really was no chance. At the same time, in the farthest place, the words, the meaning of existence, also echoed in the mind of a person. Rala. The voice seemed illusory, as if it was the supreme voice from the void. The meaning of your existence, the meaning of the entire fairy dragon's existence, is for this moment. For the return of the goddess of element. Rala's purple eyes seemed to lose focus, and she replied blankly, "Your consciousness, your body, will become the foundation of divine spark reconstruction. Without holding anything back, I offer my soul. Offer your soul." Rala repeated mechanically, and her eyes became more and more dazed. "You will obtain the most powerful power, the most powerful power, have true eternity and immortality, eternity and immortality." Rala was subconsciously saying it, and suddenly a familiar voice came into her ears. "Rala!" The fairy dragon trembled, and the voice in the void sounded at the same time. "Do you already understand the meaning of existence? Then open your soul and accept the immortal will." "Rala!" Two voices echoed in the fairy dragon's soul at the same time. "The meaning of existence, Rala. Rala, who was struggling in her heart, panted slightly. "Offer your soul, Rala. Achieve immortality, Rala. This is the meaning of your existence. The meaning of my existence." Rala's body trembled. "Baby, don't leave Mommy again. If anyone dares to bully you, Daddy will help you beat him up. Rala, the bitter drink is ready. Come and drink it. Remember to follow the steps I taught you step by step. It's not right for you to drink like that. If one day my life comes to an end, please take good care of Qin for me, okay? Aunt Rala, duo hug. Rala, this dress is designed for you. Do you like it?" Countless voices echoed in her ears. The ethereal voice could no longer control her consciousness like before. All the voices finally converged into one word. Rala. This voice, it was his voice. He, she, they. This is the meaning of my existence. Rala's purple eyes were filled with hot tears. The light cocoon in the sky suddenly trembled, and Rala seemed to struggle in it. Faintly, cracks appeared, and the power of the elements nearby suddenly became extremely chaotic. This scene shocked the great Oracle of Elements, who were preparing to launch the most powerful attack. At the last moment of the divine spark reconstruction, Rala actually resisted the will of the goddess of elements. Chinrue was overjoyed. However, at this time, a beam of light fell from the sky. The beam of light contained 6 light clusters of different colors. At the same time, they radiated brilliance and intertwined into a 6-colored halo. The light cocoon's trembling slowly stopped, and the cracks began to heal quickly. This was the origin fragment of the 6 elements, which was the projection of the divine spark fragment. Rala, who was in the middle, was shocked. A deep sigh passed into her ears. The meaning of your existence is the irresistible fate. Irresistible fate! Rala's consciousness became completely blurred, and her eyes gradually turned into 6 colored rings. She stopped all struggling movements, and a colorful light wing began to appear on her back. The outline was similar to the wings of a butterfly. Chinrue's expression suddenly changed because he saw that in the celestial star's mirror, the light of the rainbow constellation had quickly dimmed. This meant, as the butterfly wings became clearer, the light of the rainbow constellation had completely dimmed, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. He could only watch like this. Nothing could be done. A strong anger surged in Chenrue's heart, but more towards himself. The great Oracle of Elements breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a small hiccup, the will of the Goddess of Elements was obviously irresistible. Now that the fusion of the elemental equipment was about to be completed, it also meant that the Goddess of Elements' divine spark was about to be reconstructed. The rebirth of Goddess Lafitte was irreversible. As long as this enemy was quickly dealt with, there would be no need to worry about the future. At this time, the great Oracle of Elements focused their attention on the center of the 6-pointed star array. The range of the galaxy around Chinrue was getting smaller and smaller, and it began to close up. This should have been a sign of power decline, but the warning signs in the hearts of the great Oracle of Elements were getting stronger and stronger. Looking closely, the constellations actually overlapped, as if they were going to merge into one, all concentrated on Chinrue's body. In the next moment, the one-armed body suddenly emitted an intense light. Chapter 1172. Within the hexagram array, the originally weakened Milky Way suddenly shone brightly. The 19 constellations, including the dimmest rainbow constellation, slowly overlapped with each other, as though they were about to completely fuse into his body. In fact, this wasn't the first time Chinrue had tried this. It was just that, in his usual training, he had failed without exception. Because the process was extremely difficult and painful, and it was too dangerous, with the possibility of his soul collapsing at any time, he didn't dare to try it lightly. But now he had given it his all. The hexagram array began to tremble. Even the powerful aura of extreme universe annihilation was starting to be unable to suppress it. The 6 elemental grand emissaries didn't hesitate at all. The power that they had been brewing for a long time burst out at the same time. Extreme universe annihilation. The interweaving and scattered colorful light exploded towards Chinrue. The hexagram array was like a giant mouth, opening and closing its sharp teeth, wanting to bite Chinrue into pieces. The power of this attack was obviously higher than the previous one. The 6 grand elemental emissaries should be going all out. The stars around Chinrue had almost merged by about half, and the aura of his body had also skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Facing the turbulent and terrifying extreme universe annihilation, he actually didn't avoid it. The intertwined, colorful light that originally contained a huge amount of elemental origin power and exploded upon contact actually solidified within a range of 5 or 6 meters around him. The 6 elemental envoys revealed expressions of disbelief at the same time. They continuously exerted their strength, but they were unable to get any closer. Very quickly, under the shocked gazes of the grand elemental grand emissaries, the power of extreme universe annihilation began to retreat bit by bit. Chen Rui's golden pupils could no longer be seen, and they had completely turned into dazzling starlight. His whole person was as dazzling as the sun. This degree of compression and fusion had already exceeded the limit of what he could withstand during normal training. Although continuing would result in the destruction of his body and soul, Chen Rui still didn't stop. With an angry roar, extreme universe annihilation actually turned into nothingness. The entire hexagram array also collapsed, and the grand elemental emissaries all flew backwards. Chen Rui didn't look at the 6 elemental envoys. In his line of sight, there was only that cocoon of light in the sky. That cocoon of light, the woman with butterfly wings that were gradually becoming clearer. Unfortunately, even though the 6-pointed star array formed by the 6 elemental oracles was shattered, the light cocoon in the sky remained motionless. Still not enough. It wasn't enough to resist the terrifying will of the light cocoon. It wasn't enough to save Rala. His consciousness began to blur. It was almost time. The butterfly wings on Rala's back were almost fully formed. However, his body and soul had already reached their limits. He couldn't forcibly surpass it. Rala, at this moment, Chen Rui suddenly felt that his soul, which was on the verge of collapse, was wrapped up by something. It actually stopped dispersing. Chen Rui, who was suddenly sober, subconsciously looked behind him and found that there was something behind him. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A cloak. It was actually this thing. One of the 7 artifacts, Dark Shadow Cloak. Chen Rui couldn't believe his eyes. Dark Shadow Cloak was the last of the 7 artifacts that he had been unable to analyze successfully. Since entering this elemental realm, whether it was God-eating mask, breeze shadow boots, or sword of fallen angel, none of the 7 artifacts that had been successfully analyzed could be used. However, at this time, Dark Shadow Cloak actually appeared behind him automatically, protecting his soul that was about to collapse. What does this mean? Chen Rui's surprise quickly shifted to another thing. His power was disappearing. Although his consciousness was getting blurrier, the power of the integrated celestial star's mirror was getting stronger. However, now the great power of integration was actually uncontrollably being sucked away. This certainly made the danger of Chen Rui's collapse disappear, but it was also equivalent to burying his last hope to save Rala. Chen Rui tried his best to control this loss, but unfortunately he couldn't succeed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a clear light shining above him. The light revealed a trace of soft and natural power. The injuries of his body and soul were actually recovering rapidly. His physical strength and mental power were also replenished. It was not the crown of thorns, but another power. This light was rising from his own body. The power of the celestial star's mirror was also swallowed by this light. As soon as Chen Rui looked up, he saw the shadow of a big tree in the light. This tree is... Chen Rui's eyes widened. With the sucking of the celestial star's mirror, the big tree became clearer. Chen Rui felt that all his power was drained, and he completely lost the ability to move. 6 lights flew out of the dense canopy and fell on the 6 elemental oracles who had just recovered from the collapse of the hexagram star array. The 6 elemental oracles couldn't move for a while. Immediately afterward, a huge beam of light spread out from the canopy and pierced the sky. The moment the beam of light rushed into the sky, the cocoon of light, which had remained motionless under the impact of the fusion power of the celestial star's mirror, suddenly trembled. The trembling became more and more intense. At the same time, the shape of the beam of light was also changing. The change of the beam of light directly affected the cocoon of light in the clouds opposite. The colorful light formed by the 6 elemental origin fragments around the cocoon of light became brighter and began to overlap. The 6 origin fragments fused together turning from colorful to colorless, and the light became more and more sparkling. The great elemental oracles in the distance were stunned. The original process should have been that after Rala completely fused with the robe of the elemental goddess, she would simultaneously accept the baptism of the immortal will and become the carrier of the elemental goddess. Then the crown of the elemental goddess representing faith, the staff of the elemental goddess representing soul, and the robe of the elemental goddess representing life would be combined and restored to the divine spark. This divine spark was actually incomplete, so it needed to be repaired and reshaped with the help of the 6 elemental origin fragments, the projection of the divine spark fragments. Once the reconstruction of the divine spark was successful, the elemental goddess Laphite would be revived and truly be reborn in the body of Rala. The power of the reconstructed divine spark would definitely decrease a lot. Rala's body wasn't a divine body, but the divine spark was a divine spark after all. As long as there was enough time and faith, it would definitely grow to its original level step by step. However, the current situation was that Rala hadn't completely fused with the robe of the elemental goddess, and the 3 elemental goddess equipment hadn't been restored as one. The projection of the divine spark of the elemental goddess automatically began to reconstruct itself. The reconstructed form could at most be considered a projection of the divine spark, and the will of the elemental goddess would be revived based on this projection of the divine spark. Such a revival would naturally be as short-lived as a bubble, and the will entrusted to the projection would not last long and would soon dissipate. The 6 great elemental oracles were shocked and wanted to step forward to stop it, but they were imprisoned by the light released by the big tree and couldn't get away for a while. The pair of colorful butterfly wings on Rala's back stopped transforming and remained motionless for a while. The cocoon of light also gradually thinned, and not long after, the origin fragments of the 6 major elements had already intertwined and fused into a translucent, gem-like object, faintly emitting a magnificent halo. The moment this gem-like object solidified, the cocoon of light completely dissipated in the colorful clouds. Above the clouds, something seemed to slowly open. A pair of eyes. This was a pair of incomparably beautiful eyes, and the pupils contained a depth that was comparable to the endless night sky. At the same time, this was also a pair of cold eyes, because the eyes carried an indifference that looked down on everything. Chinrue was now looking up at this pair of eyes, not only because of his position, but because of the insurmountable pressure. Even though he was currently above the clouds, he could only look up. The pair of eyes looked down indifferently at everything below. Its gaze swept past Rala, Chinrue, the 6 great elemental oracles, and the big tree, without the slightest fluctuation in its eyes. Chinrue couldn't help but think of a saying, "Heaven and earth are heartless, and treat all things as straw dogs." The general meaning of this saying was that heaven and earth were not truly merciful, and treated all things as straw dogs, dogs made of grass during ancient sacrifices, and left them to fend for themselves. It could be said that heaven and earth were selfless, or that heaven and earth were heartless. Then, did heaven and earth treat themselves as straw dogs? Or was everyone else but themselves as straw dogs? Just as Chinrue's thoughts were racing, the pair of eyes had already looked at the pillar of light above his head. At this moment, the indifferent gaze finally changed. In that pillar of light, a pair of eyes had already opened, and were staring at the eyes at the end of the colorful clouds. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other, as if there was only heaven and earth in each other's eyes, and nothing else was worthy of their attention. At this time, in the colorful clouds and the light pillar of the big tree, vague facial features and limbs had already condensed, like the majesty of the Buddha. The one in the clouds was obviously female, and should be the elemental goddess Lafferty that the 6 oracles of the gods spoke of. In the light pillar of the big tree was a man. With Chinrue's position and his remaining strength, he could only vaguely feel the rough outline of a man, and couldn't sense anything more. The 2 were still looking at each other, and Chinrue could only see the elemental goddess's gaze. The seemingly indifferent gaze was fixed on the other side, flickering with an indescribable emotion. No matter what this emotion was, it wasn't as heartless as before. The man suddenly said something, and Chenrue couldn't hear it clearly no matter how hard he tried. He only saw a large hand slowly stretch out from the top of the big tree. The elemental goddess continued to stare at the eyes in front of her, as if she didn't see the hand coming. The hand slowly stretched towards Goddess Lafferty's face, its movements gentle and slow. However, the moment it neared, several cracks appeared on the goddess's originally perfect face. At the same time, cracks also appeared on the gem-like projection of the divine spark below. The elemental goddess didn't move, and her gaze remained the same. The hand still didn't stop. The transparent gemstone below was instantly covered in cracks, and in the next moment, it completely shattered. At the same time, something around Rala's body also shattered, and the pair of butterfly wings gradually disappeared. Chenrue was shocked. He raised his head and saw that the outline of the goddess in the clouds had already dissipated. From beginning to end, until the very last moment of destruction, the pair of eyes continued to silently stare at the other side. The 6 oracles of the gods 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 could not believe the reality they had witnessed with their own eyes. Elemental Goddess Lafferty had been destroyed. Chapter 1173. Not only the 6 elemental oracles, but Chenrue was also stunned. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that such a situation could happen. Chenrue didn't know that under the influence of the man, the original divine spark reshaped into a divine spark projection reshaped. The phantom definitely couldn't maintain the goddess of elements' rebirth will for a long time. Even if the man didn't destroy the goddess of elements will, she would dissipate within a limited time. What Chenrue could feel was that even the newly remodeled goddess of elements' divinity, phantasm, had unparalleled power. Even though the analytical eyes could not be activated due to distance or space, he could be sure that the power far exceeded the peak pseudo-god at the SSSS Plus and SSSS Plus levels based on his feelings alone. In all fairness, the man didn't show an oppressive aura or power that surpassed Lafite, but he easily destroyed Lafite's phantom that descended. Perhaps the man had a special power that Chenrue couldn't understand, but the real reason should be that the goddess of element, Lafite, didn't resist. This was definitely abnormal. There must be a special reason. The two must have communicated a lot of things that outsiders couldn't know during the long time they looked at each other. Due to the angle, Chenrue couldn't sense the state of the man on top of his head, but he could clearly see the eyes of the goddess, Lafite, on the opposite side. Calmness. Even if he couldn't understand the kind of communication, Chenrue could see the calmness from beginning to end, even in the face of annihilation. Chenrue had experienced a lot since he traveled to the present. He was no longer an otaku who knew nothing about worldly emotions. This calmness in itself represented a state of liberation. In the past, he vaguely saw this similar calmness in Veronica's eyes. After the image of the goddess Lafite disappeared, the man looked up at Rala in the sky as if he was thinking about something. Chenrue had a strange feeling that the man's gaze was actually looking through Rala to the more distant sky. While Chenrue was in doubt, he found that the dark shadow cloak behind him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the tree light beam and the man's shadow above his head all disappeared. The light that bound the 6 elemental envoys also disappeared, and the 6 elemental envoys immediately regained their freedom. Their eyes all fell on him. Their eyes seemed to be different from the previous hostility, but Chenrue was still highly vigilant. Although he had taken the risk to use the incomplete form of stars of the heaven's mirror, which had completely overwhelmed universe annihilation, he even gained a wisp of precious new insight. However, the appearance of the virtual shadow just now had drained his strength. His current battle strength had been greatly reduced. He couldn't exert the power of stars of the heaven's mirror at all. However, great element oracles were immortal beings in the elemental realm and had endless power. In other words, Chen Rui's current power was not enough to face any elemental oracle, let alone 6. So the only way out was to escape. Chen Rui glanced at Rala in the sky. Now that the light cocoon around Rala's body had disappeared, he didn't know if it was because the pair of butterfly wings had not completely disappeared, but he still couldn't put it into the star-sealing platform, and the 6 elemental envoys were already approaching. Looking at the speed at which the colorful butterfly wings disappeared, there were at least 2 or 3 minutes left. For a peak false god, these 2 or 3 minutes were enough to kill the enemy countless times. Just when Chen Rui was on full alert, he suddenly found that the dangerous aura of the elemental grand oracle had disappeared, and they didn't reassemble into the 6-pointed star formation. They just slowly floated over and stood not far from him. "Don't be nervous, the battle is over." The water element grand oracle sighed. The rest of the elemental grand oracles didn't speak. They just looked up at Rala, who was still in the sky. Now that the elemental grand oracles had the upper hand, there was no need to play any tricks. Chen Rui felt that the other party had really eliminated their hostility, and only then did he slowly relax his tense nerves. It was just that there was a ridiculous feeling in his heart. The enemies who were fighting desperately just now had now inexplicably become spectators. Under careful observation, Chen Rui found that the colorful butterfly wings behind Rala didn't just disappear normally, but converged into her body bit by bit. Finally, this convergence process was completed, and Chen Rui clearly felt a powerful force coming from Rala's body. At the same time, in the super system, he could see that the rainbow constellation that had originally dimmed emitted an unprecedented dazzling light. In the star territory, the miracles of the goddess of knowledge frequently appeared everywhere, and the believers were all worshipping and excited. Zola's eyes slowly opened. Without the light cocoon shrouding his eyes, his vision became clearer. At the moment she opened her eyes, Chen Rui had an illusion, as if he saw the pair of eyes that appeared in the clouds previously overlooking the world. This feeling was only fleeting. Soon, it returned to the familiar eyes of Chen Rui. The fairy dragon's first reaction when she woke up was to instantly move to Chen Rui's side. She looked at his broken arm, and she couldn't care less about the elemental grand oracles beside her. She hugged him tightly with tears bursting out of her eyes. At the moment when Chen Rui's voice woke her up, her consciousness had really awakened, but her body was not under her control. Although Rala did not witness the battle where Chen Rui broke his arm, she could guess that it was caused in the battle to save her. Chen Rui touched the fairy dragon's purple hair. "I'm fine, Rala. It won't take long for it to regenerate." The more he said this, the more Rala cried. She completely revealed her true feelings, and she no longer pretended to be stupid. I'm sorry to bother you two for a while." It was not until the voice of the water elemental grand oracles sounded that Rala stopped crying. She looked at the 6 major elemental oracles with anger and murderous intent in her eyes. There was already a short staff in her hand. It was the secret shadow that Chen Rui made for her. Chen Rui was surprised to find that the breath on Rala had reached the level of peak pseudo-god. "I said that the battle is over. No matter what your next choice is, we want to determine what happened just now first." The tone of the water elemental grand oracles was full of solemnity, and the rest of the elemental grand oracles nodded one after another. It seemed that they wanted to let the water elemental grand oracles speak for them. Chen Rui thought about it and did not immediately run away with Rala. He just nodded to Rala. The fairy dragon snorted coldly and said in an unfriendly tone, "Actually, you all saw what happened just now. Your god has failed to awaken and is completely annihilated." The water elemental grand oracles were not angry, so, "May I ask, did you get some kind of power?" "Got?" Rala said coldly, "From the beginning to the end, I was a victim. I was deceived by you to come to the elemental realm and inherit the so-called elemental goddess armament. As a result, even my soul was almost devoured. The elemental goddess armament is now The most important artifact of the elemental realm is now completely shattered. Rala sneered, "Do you want to use this as an excuse to make me stay and try to resurrect the elemental goddess?" "You're wrong." The water elemental grand oracles shook her head. "If there is no death, how can there be a resurrection?" "No death?" Chenrue was taken aback. Then the existence that was annihilated just now. It was Madame Lafite who was annihilated, but the elemental goddess maybe not really annihilated. Chenrue was even more surprised. "You mean the water elemental grand oracles did not continue to explain and looked at Rala. "Actually, the elemental goddess armament is the same." "What?" Rala really didn't understand this time. The so-called elemental goddess armament refers to the artifact that is infused with the will of the elemental goddess. Maybe one day, the robe on your body will become the new elemental goddess robe, and the short staff in your hand will become the new elemental goddess staff. Rala was shocked. Chenrue finally confirmed the guess in his heart. "You mean Rala has become the new elemental goddess?" No wonder the water elemental grand oracles said that. It turned out that it was only the former goddess Lafite who was annihilated just now. The elemental goddess was not really annihilated. "I'm saying perhaps. She still isn't the elemental goddess. Perhaps her future path will lead in that direction. Or perhaps she'll choose a different path. Perhaps she'll never succeed. At any rate, her current existence can more or less be called hope." Chenrue quickly opened analytical eyes. In the analytical eyes, Rala's comprehensive strength assessment really became SSSS+, and there was an additional line in her analytical attributes, "God's blessing." Chenrue suddenly realized that although Goddess Lafites will disappeared, the inheritance ritual just now actually played a part. Rala should have obtained part of the power of the divine spark fragment. In other words, Rala is now a god's descendant. From the words of the water elemental grand oracles, it was because Lafites will had dissipated. So this part of the divine spark should be pure power. There was no danger of devouring Rala's soul. So the choice of the future was entirely up to Rala. Is this the reason why I must continue to stay in the elemental realm? The fairy dragon asked the key point. You're wrong. The water elemental grand oracles glanced at the rest of the elemental grand oracles. As the successor of the goddess of elements' divine spark fragment, you have complete freedom, whether it is to stay here or to leave. The fairy dragon was a little surprised. She took Chenrue's arm. Then I choose to leave with him. Do you have any objections? The focus of this sentence was actually him and together. The water elemental grand oracle's meaningful gaze fell on Chenrue. It turns out that we are all wrong. Chenrue understood the meaning of this sentence. It is not only you who are wrong. But Madame Lafite was annihilated because of you after all. The water elemental grand oracles stared at Chenrue closely. Then this sentence seemed to be at loggerheads. Rala immediately clenched secret shadow, ready to fight at any time. Thank you. The water elemental grand oracles suddenly said an unexpected word. Chenrue was greatly surprised. He suddenly thought of the last sentence that Moore conveyed to Lambost. When the same voice sounded in his ears, he was a little absent-minded for a while. You can leave now. The water elemental grand oracles looked at Rala. In any case, Rala is the seventh element grand oracles after all. Even if the elemental realm is completely annihilated in the future, she can more or less preserve the true inheritance of elements. Elemental realm annihilation? Chenrue frowned. Everything in the world has its birth and death. So does the plane or world. The water elemental grand oracles sighed. There were too many mysteries in Chenrue's heart, but the other party would definitely not continue to talk about it. Besides, he didn't want to stay in this elemental realm anymore. He nodded to Rala at once, took her into the star ceiling platform, and entered the open stargate. Chapter 1174. The night gradually darkened. In the dark moon courtyard, everyone felt that the chaotic elemental power began to gradually calm down. However, everyone did not let go of their tense hearts. Their eyes all fell on one position, which was the place where the stargate was usually opened. Finally, the familiar light gate appeared in sight. A figure walked out, and everyone stood up. Dad. Duo was the first to rush up. Soon afterward, the little girl let out a scream and cried, "Dad, your hand!" After a flurry, the courtyard finally returned to calm. Chenrue finally coaxed his daughter, and he winked at Isabella, signaling her to take the little girl to sleep first. Madame Ant looked at his broken arm, bit her lip, and finally left with Duo. Kia's eyes were red as she carefully helped Chenrue apply medicine. In addition to his left arm, there were dozens of injuries on Chenrue's body. Although she knew that these were all external injuries, and the main injuries had been healed with the crown of thorns, even the broken arm would regrow. The little succubus still cried with heartache. While talking to Rala, Athena kept glancing at Kia. She was obviously very worried. Although Rala had advanced to the peak of pseudo-god, she seemed very depressed. If it weren't for her, Chenrue wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Athena saw Rala's thoughts and comforted her gently. The fairy dragon and Athena had always been best friends, and their friendship was no less than Isabella, her sister. Thinking of the person she thought of at the last moment when Raf Diesel descended, Rala suddenly hugged Athena and cried. Strength was indeed important, but it was not the most important. Chenrue had to come over to comfort Rala. Rala cried for a while, showed extreme exhaustion, and fell asleep in his arms. During this time, the fairy dragon was under tremendous pressure both physically and mentally. Now that the pressure had dissipated, and she was by the side of the person closest to her, she naturally completely relaxed. A good sleep at this time was good for mental and physical recovery. Chenrue asked Kia to help carry Rala into the room. Athena was now a key protection target, so she should not be too emotional. Delia and Metaloo, who had been helping to take care of Athena during this time, took the initiative to stand up and accompany her to rest. Oliphius came to Chenrue and offered a bottle of powerful healing potion that she had collected for many years for free. But Chenrue tactfully refused the black dragon, Chick's bottle of potion that repeatedly emphasized that the original price was 10,000 black crystal coins. If he wanted to make up for his memory, this bottle of potion was the one he gave to the black dragon Chick last time. Lala patted Chenrue's shoulder carelessly. She wanted to comfort him with a few words, but she habitually changed her words to, "Even if you can't come back, we will take good care of your family. If anything happens to you, your daughter will be our dearest concubine in the future." No, dearest daughter, and so on. Adeline was still obedient. Seeing that the two of them were trying to help, she quickly proposed to go back to the room to watch the finale of a certain drama. The eyes of the two black dragons lit up, and they quickly disappeared from Chenrue's sight. Chenrue smiled and nodded at Adeline. The Naga girl blushed and followed the black dragons away. Only Paglio and his wife, Dodo and Ben Hong were left in the courtyard. Why is it broken on one side? Why can't it be balanced? Master Poison Dragon was still worried before, but now he was secretly glad that Chenrue was fine, so he couldn't help but gloat a few times. Suddenly, Master Poison Dragon felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw Ben Hong's indifferent gaze. He had goosebumps, so he quickly found an excuse and pulled Ms. Betty back to the room. Ben Hong didn't look at Dodo either. He simply threw a piece of gem or something, and the slime immediately jumped up and took it, leaving a string of flattery in the air. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. This series of actions was actually very skilled. It was obviously not the first time. What do you want to ask? Chenrue naturally saw the purpose of Ben Hong being alone. You. Ben Hong looked into his eyes and hesitated. Are you? Chenrue asked rhetorically. Ben Hong hesitated a little and changed his words. What did you experience in the elemental realm? What do you want me to experience in the elemental realm? Qin asked again. No wonder you supported me to enter the elemental realm before. What do you want to ask? Just say it. No need. Ben Hong observed him carefully for a while. His eyes seemed to dim a little, and he didn't continue. I'm afraid you are wasting your effort. Qin shook his head. However, what I can tell you is that the 7 artifacts are in the elemental realm. Ben Hong seemed to be shocked and blurted out, How is it in the elemental realm? Is there any change? Qin heart moved. Are the 7 artifacts related to the elemental realm? I originally wanted to say that the 7 artifacts are suddenly unusable in the elemental realm. After thinking for a second, Ben Hong didn't answer him. Instead, he shook his head and turned around. I'll go back first. Ben Hong. Ben Hong stopped his footsteps. I'm sorry. Ben Hong was a bit surprised by Zhang Tai's sudden apology as he turned around. Although I'm very sorry, I still have to tell you the truth. I'm not him. Ben Hong wanted to say something. However, he suddenly saw the clarity and sincerity in Qin eyes. His heart quivered as he slowly turned around and disappeared in the night. After being silent for a second, Qin let out a sigh and walked towards his room. Ben Hong might not be his friend. However, he was at least his comrade-in-arms and ally. Zhang Tai might lose this ally. However, he didn't want to continue to cheat like this. Originally, under the influence of many people, Qin identity was a little shaken. However, after this experience in the elemental realm, he could be sure of one thing. Qin was not that person. The real that person was most likely the mysterious man who annihilated the goddess of element, Lafferty. The first condition that Ben Hong put forward when he surrendered was to collect the 7 artifacts, and the second condition was to defeat Satan. When Ben Hong said the first condition, she actually had a preconceived idea in her heart that Qin was a him because she had witnessed Qin using the sword of fallen angel, furious king armor, and god-eating mask. The latter condition was just to confirm this assumption. After Qin completed the 2 conditions of Ben Hong was more certain about the assumption in her heart, so she was willing to surrender. A series of events happened later. Some of them were mistakes, but it made Ben Hong more and more convinced of this. Therefore, Ben Hong also followed him wholeheartedly and became an indispensable main force. She even risked her life in battle. Perhaps it was some kind of kindness in the past, or perhaps it was a more complicated fetter. Because of this, Qin didn't want her to fight at all costs in deception. Then, looking back to Ben Hong's preconceived idea, now it was the 7 artifacts. This was also the most important reason why many senior powerhouses misunderstood Qin. Being able to control all the 7 artifacts must be the characteristic of him. Judging from the information revealed by Ben Hong just now, the 7 artifacts might have an unexpected special relationship with the elements realm. The 7 artifacts gave Qin 2 surprises in the elemental realm. First, after entering the elemental realm, the 6 artifacts that he analyzed could not be used. Second, when he forcefully integrated the celestial star's mirror, and his soul almost collapsed. The dark shadow cloak that had not been analyzed successfully actually appeared behind him automatically to protect his soul. But at the same time, it also drained the huge power of the celestial star's mirror. Then, the man under the tree appeared. From this point, it could be inferred that the man was very likely to be him. Qin was the man who had been misunderstood by many people. That man actually annihilated the will of the goddess of elements Lafitte, which was a deity killer. Lafitte actually didn't resist at all. Instead, she seemed to be relieved. These 2 people must know each other, and their relationship is not ordinary. From another perspective, the appearance of this man saved Rala and gave her the heart of divine favor that only the descendants of gods had. There were too many related questions. Why did the staff of the goddess of elements awaken early, as the elemental king said? Was the elements realm sealing the abyss? What was the elemental war? If the staff of the goddess of elements and the robe of the goddess of elements were not controlled, what kind of disaster would the elements realm bring? There were also many questions like the abyss and sacrifice. However, the answers to these questions weren't in a hurry. There was only one thing that Chenrue cared about the most now. That mysterious man. Chenrue transmigrated to this world and was considered to be reincarnated. Besides, he had experienced the incident with Shura, so he was extremely sensitive to this point. When did this man exist? Why does he exist in my body? The most terrifying thing was that this man's power could destroy an existence like Lafitte. Even if there were many unknown factors, Chenrue couldn't match him with his current strength. But no matter what, he couldn't let the history of a dove occupying a magpie's nest repeat itself. Could it be because of Arthur himself? It shouldn't be. Arthur was the son of Rex the Great and had a bloodline connection. Besides, his soul had long disappeared. The reason why Chenrue could have today's strength was entirely due to the countless arduous training and battles with the help of the super system's power. That man shouldn't have an inevitable connection with the super system. Otherwise, he would have controlled the Galaxy Divinity Temple long ago. There was no need to suddenly exhaust his power when Chenrue performed that ultimate move. So far in the super system, he was still the highest and only master with the power to control everything. Chenrue had a faint intuition that that man should have appeared with the help of the huge faith and vitality of the gods of Star's Mirror. Oh yeah, there's also that tree. It's actually the elves' tree of nature. What secrets does the tree of nature have? If the tree of nature really had such a powerful or even god-killing power, then there was no need to use Chenrue's power to destroy Quiriana's clone. However, the tree of nature was definitely a key link. As Chenrue thought quickly, many memory fragments began to appear in his mind. He suddenly grasped the key point. Rala opened the White Queen's trump card and obtained the elemental goddess's crown. Without knowing it, it was equivalent to having the qualification to become an elemental envoy. Chenrue obtained the wood trump card, defeated Quiriana's clone, and revived the Tree of Nature. Chenrue obtained permission to take away the Tree of Nature seedling that was implanted in the super system. Finoa conveyed the message to Chenrue not to return the Tree of Nature to the elves as promised. Rala became a great elemental envoy. Chenrue entered the elemental realm to save people. Elemental goddess Lafitte appeared. The Tree of Nature appeared. That man appeared, and Lafitte was annihilated. When these events were connected, there seemed to be some kind of causal relationship. Regardless of whether there was a special connection or not, there was a person's shadow in it. The elf prophet Elusier. Chapter 1175. The matter in the elemental realm came to an end for the time being. As the waves in the elemental plane subsided, the main plane gradually returned to normal. Everything seemed to have returned to peace, including Chenrue's life. The previous incident seemed to be over, but for him, it was just the beginning. As time went by, Chenrue's broken arm was basically regenerated. If there was anything different from before, it was the 7 artifacts. Since that time, the last dark shadow cloak that he had been unable to analyze successfully could be used inexplicably. Element weakening. Passive characteristic. Greatly reduces elemental damage by 30% to 70%. Stealth. Completely conceals the figure and deceives the enemy's perception. Can launch an attack in the stealth state. The stealth will be ineffective after being attacked. Lasts for 1 hour. Can be used once every 6 hours. Weaken directly weakens all the attributes of nearby enemies. The weakening is proportional to the comprehensive value of the user's strength. The stronger the strength, the better the weakening effect. Can lock on the target. Lasts for 30 minutes. Can be used once every 6 hours. The Dark Shadow Cloak was indeed a powerful equipment. Element weakening was simply the nemesis of all magic and elemental attacks. Coupled with the Asimode royal family's bloodline talent, element weakening, it was almost equivalent to a black dragon that regarded magic as nothing. No wonder it was almost easy for Catherine to deal with those magic enemies in the past. However, there was also an exception. That was the fairy dragon Rala. Rala's magic power had reached the extreme level of ignoring magic immunity. Even a real black dragon couldn't resist it. Many people had actually been looking forward to the battle between Rala and Catherine. In fact, during the special training in the UFO land, Rala also had this intention. But at that time, Catherine was only at the peak of the kingdom, and Rala was already at the intermediate stage of demigod, so the fairy dragon didn't want to bully her. Later, Catherine advanced to demigod, and Chen Rui took Duo to the human world to seek medical treatment, passing by Rala again. It was not until Catherine advanced to the peak of demigod with part of Duodua's power that Rala, who was also at the peak of demigod, had the opportunity to compete with her at the same level. It was said that the two had a friendly competition in private. The result of the competition was unknown, but since then the relationship between Rala and Catherine seemed to be closer. Later on, Zola stepped into the pseudo-god realm due to the opportunities in the elemental realm. After a series of changes, he now had the strength of the peak of the pseudo-god realm. Although Catherine had faintly touched the edge of the pseudo-god realm, the gap was too big after all, and there was no comparison for the time being. The skill of stealth was very similar to Chenrue's stealth. They both had the effect of stealth. The difference was that in the state of stealth, he could actually launch continuous attacks, which was stealth. Once stealth was launched, it would be ineffective. Stealth was being. The point was that it being S being it S be being it be being be and being. Each of the two invisibility spells had their own advantages. Stealth was more suitable for attacking, killing with one strike and retreating safely, while stealth was more suitable for scouting or escaping. The benefits of weakening were self-evident, but the key was that it was proportional to one's own strength. No wonder Catherine couldn't defeat Brock even with the dark shadow cloak when her nirvana strength was greatly reduced. It was absolutely a great pleasure for Chenrue to successfully analyze all the 7 relics and make them work in normal times. However, after experiencing the battle in the elements realm, Chenrue's mood had been utterly opposite. No matter how powerful the 7 immortal weapons were, they were just external objects. If Zhang Tai relied on them excessively, once they lost their effectiveness, he would be like losing his arms in the elements realm. As a result, his combat strength would decline a lot. More importantly, the 7 artifacts were definitely related to that person. Chenrue no longer planned to use them as frequently as before. Only oneself was the true strength that could be relied on. It was not that Chenrue didn't doubt the entire super system, but he had the super system since he transmigrated. It was even before he got the first 7 artifacts. It should be the cell phone he picked up on Earth. As the master of the Galaxy Divinity Temple and even the entire super system universe, Chenrue could be sure that he was the only supreme controller. He was even above the system gods. In other words, he was the highest god here. The super system could still be reassured, at least for now. Then the most suspicious thing was the holy tree of the elves that was still on the star sealing platform. This was a creature of faith. It was also the only growth-type creature of faith in the super system. From the current seedling to the current big tree, its growth speed was amazing. This tree needed to consume 1,000 faith crystals a day. So far, its function was still unknown in the data displayed by the super system. There was no need to elaborate on the use of the tree of nature to the elves. If Chenrue destroyed this holy tree, then the elves would lose their ability to reproduce until they became extinct. It could be said that the life and death of the elves were in Chenrue's hands at any time. Therefore, when the legendary prophet Alusir asked Chenrue to take away this holy tree, it shocked the entire elves. That was how Chenrue got the title of Elf King. Originally, Chen Rui planned to return the holy tree to the elves as promised. But Alucir later asked Fenoa to tell him not to return the holy tree for the time being. He didn't know if the appearance of that person was related to this. Chen Rui also secretly observed the tree of nature on the star ceiling platform, but he didn't find anything abnormal on the surface. Chen Rui thought about it and didn't transplant or try to destroy the tree of nature. The elves were naturally one of his concerns. Chen Rui was also worried about that person, although it was unknown whether that person was a friend or foe. Chen Rui definitely couldn't tolerate the existence of such a time bomb. However, for now, it was better to be cautious and not alarm it because it was an existence that could destroy gods. If there was any accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. What Chen Rui needed to do now was to further improve his strength. Initially, after he could faintly suppress Michael and Satan, he inevitably felt a little complacent in his heart. However, in the battle of the elemental world, he encountered a true SSSS++ great elemental user. Under the situation that the 7 artifacts couldn't play a role, he had to launch the strongest power of Gods of Heaven Mirror in a one-on-one battle to win by luck. Then, he even saw the existence above the fake god. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. Confidence was necessary, but excessive complacency would only lead to stagnation. In the risky gamble at the last moment, the feasibility and power of Gods of Heaven Mirror had been confirmed. This was undoubtedly an effective way to enhance his strength. The rest depended on Chen Rui's efforts and experiments in his usual training. On this day, as soon as Chen Rui finished training in the training ground, his consciousness withdrew from the super system, and he heard a loud noise. Even the room with the enchantment was shaking. Chen Rui was taken aback. His figure flashed, and he had already jumped out of the window. He saw that the 2 small houses containing sundries in the yard had collapsed, and Athena, Alice, and others were actually opposite. Athena! Chen Rui appeared in front of Athena instantly. Are you okay? I'm fine. Athena smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You mean? Chen Rui looked at her bulging belly. It's getting more and more serious these few days. Athena looked apologetic and looked at Alice and Kia, who were still in shock. Fortunately, no one was hurt. It turned out that Athena's recent state was very abnormal. First of all, her strength broke through to the middle stage of the kingdom in one fell swoop. This was originally a good thing, but the problem was that her power sometimes broke out involuntarily, which would cause unimaginable damage. Rala thought of several ways to help her control her power, but none of them could help her control her power. This morning, she went to find Ben Hong to think of a way. He should be back soon. I should be the one saying sorry. I've been too obsessed with training these days. Chen Rui looked apologetic. During this short period of time, he had been troubled by those doubts, especially the person in his body. Moreover, he spent more time on training, so he almost ignored the people around him. Athena shook her head, and suddenly her expression changed again. Chen Rui immediately felt a sense of danger and held her fist. Chen Rui's hair suddenly flew backward, and his clothes seemed to be blown by the wind, but then they returned to normal. The people around him didn't even feel anything special. Isabella and the others who knew what was going on immediately saw that Chen Rui had forcibly taken on Athena's explosive power, and at the same time used a very clever method to eliminate it. Indeed, a little out of control. Chen Rui smiled slightly. But it's okay, I'll accompany you. As he said that, Chen Rui looked to the side. Rala and Ben Hong's figures had already appeared there. At the moment when Athena's power went out of control, Rala and Ben Hong had already arrived at the courtyard. Originally, Ben Hong would come to the residence from time to time to discuss some training issues with Chen Rui. Ever since the battle in the elemental world, Ben Hong hadn't come again. This was the first time since then. Ben Hong didn't look at Chen Rui. He went straight to Athena, sized her up, and nodded. I saw the explosion of power just now. Although I'm not very proficient in subjects related to pregnancy, I can basically confirm that your child is about to be born. This state of losing control is actually caused by the fetus. You should know that your child has the purest, original source of destruction. It's not an ordinary person. About to be born. It wasn't just Chinrue. Athena and the others asked in unison, all of them looking pleasantly surprised. This child's power has already exceeded my expectations. But this may not be a good thing for the mother. I'm afraid that this kind of power will go out of control more frequently in the future, and the power will become stronger and stronger. If this goes on, the risk of childbirth will also increase. If we're not careful, not only the people around us, but even Athena's life will be in danger. Chenrue was shocked. Then what should we do? No matter what, I have to give birth to the child. Athena's eyes were filled with determination. This was the determination of a mother. Ben-hong, please help me. Chapter 1176. The look in Athena's eyes made Ben-hong frown. To be honest, I don't have complete confidence in ensuring the safety of the mother and child. At least you can ensure the child's safety? Athena's eyes lit up. I understand. Ben-hong looked deeply into Athena's eyes and finally nodded slowly. I won't say anything tactful. I really don't have confidence. What if? What if, between the child and the mother, I can only choose one? How should I choose? As the child's parents, you and the child must think carefully and answer me. Everyone's hearts tightened. They had known Ben-hong for a long time, and she never exaggerated the truth. Since she said this, it proved that Athena's situation was not optimistic. The last question was very heavy and realistic. Athena. Child. The two of them said two different answers. Chinrue. I have something to say. No, listen to me first. Chinrue held Athena's hand and shook his head to stop her from saying what she wanted to say. I know what you want to say, but you're wrong. Everyone here is unique and irreplaceable. This is not some sweet talk, but the truth. For many things, I will choose the future. But for this matter, I choose the present and I won't change it. The resolute tone made Athena's eyes turn red. But there are no buts. If I am destined to have only one daughter in this life, I won't have any regrets. Chinrue's gaze fell on Ben-hong's face. Besides, this is just an in case. The real hope is still very high, isn't it? Ben-hong pondered for a moment before saying, Fortunately, you happen to have a page of the Book of Destruction with you. What I need is its container. With this container and some other materials, I should be able to increase my chances by quite a bit. Chinrue's spirit was lifted. What is it? I'll think of something immediately. The Spring of Life, 2 top-grade shadow crystals, 2 top-grade radiant crystals, 3 golden dragon saliva flowers, 3 thunder core vines, 5 rainbow calla lotuses, 7 serene purple grass, 3 crystal snow lotuses. Ben-hong reported a long list of materials. Some of them were things that Chenrue already had, such as the Spring of Life. However, he did not have most of them, and there were even some whose names he had never heard of. Chenrue hurriedly memorized it. By the time Ben-hong finished speaking, he had already made a complete list in his hand. He began to calculate carefully. 7 rainbow, nether grass, and rainbow calla lotus are medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, they are basically extinct. It is said that they have not been sold for thousands of years. Pharmacists have already found substitutes. As for the ambergris flower, I only know that there are white ones. As for the thunder core vine, I've never heard of it. The ambergris flower is a plant that accompanies dragons. It can gather strength and increase vitality, especially for the growth of young dragons. It is very rare. White is usually used to make potions. Lolly explained. There are 3 grades of ambergris flower. From low to high, they are white, silver, and gold. Many young dragons like to eat this grass. As far as I know, there are many white ambergris flowers, but silver grade is already quite rare. If it's gold grade, I'm sure that even Dragon Island doesn't have it. Chen Rui's heart sank. Rala thought for a while. Don't worry. I remember that Aunt Sophia likes to grow flowers and plants. She might have it. Her Highness Sophia. It's the wife of His Highness Palgoris, the Queen of Ryuzaku. Shinrue suddenly realized that it was the wife of Dragon Emperor Palgoris from the surface world. I've seen the thunder corvine before. It's a rare wind-type plant. It's helpful for lightning cultivation. Unfortunately, the one on Dragon Island was given to a blue dragon for cultivation by the old man. Wind-type plant. Shinrue's heart skipped a beat. Storm Island. Lalalia, can you come with me this time? If it's just your business, I can't be bothered. But Athena is one of our reserved harem. One of our good friends. All right, I'll go with you. Lali said to Athena in all seriousness. If you want to repay us with your body, we'll definitely treat you well. Even that brat, we can treat him as our own. Athena, your whole family is the brat. Shinrue was speechless and automatically ignored the latter half of the weird Loli's words. By the way, purple serene grass and rainbow calla lily are neutral plants. Although they're extinct in the demon realm, they might not be extinct in the surface world. You can start with the pharmacists in the surface world. Ben Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. If that's the case, I'll live here from today onwards. I'll teach Athena a secret technique. With the help of those materials, she can temporarily fuse with the Book of Destruction's container during the birth period. I've calculated. In about half a year, the child will be born. There's not much time left for you, but if there are channels, it's not a short period of time. Thank you. Shinrue said very sincerely. If it weren't for Ben Hong, he wouldn't have known that Athena and the child would be in such danger. Ben Hong glanced at him indifferently and didn't speak. There's no time to lose. Delia, please contact Celine from the Shadow Empire to look for these materials together. Her Custer family is the top business family, and there are a lot of magic materials that are handled on a daily basis. This part must be gathered. If there aren't any top-grade crystals, collect the first-grade crystals, and I can refine them into top-grade crystals. I'll go to the surface world to look for some here, but you can't neglect it here. Try to find as much as possible. Work on both sides and try to find all the materials as soon as possible. Don't worry, leader. Delia took the list and checked the marked parts with Chen Rue. She only kept the list after confirming that it was correct. Chen Rue, you're going to the surface world. Athena asked. Yes, I'll bring Rala, Isabella, and Lilia with me. We'll go to the Island of Storms to look for the Thunder Core Vine first. Then we'll go to Ryuzaku. Bring Alice and Kia along too. When you rescued Tiffany from the surface world, you promised them, but you haven't fulfilled it until now. I'm sorry. Shinrue looked at Alice and Kia, shook his head, and said, It's not that I don't want to bring them along, but we're not going to play this time. This concerns you. It's just for sightseeing. It's okay. Athena explained they won't disturb you, and they can help you collect materials. Besides, with your and Rala's current strength, there shouldn't be any danger. What's more, I have half a year's time. Athena. Kia shook her head. You can't do without me here. I'm the one who prepares your nutritious meals every day. I won't be at ease leaving someone else. I won't go anywhere for this half a year. Isabella smiled slightly. I'll stay too. Athena's current state is not very stable. Kia's strength is not enough, so it's inconvenient sometimes. Besides, Duo also needs to be taken care of. If I didn't ask Oliphius and Adeline to take her out to play today, she might be scared to tears just now. Isabella was telling the truth. Athena was at the intermediate stage of the kingdom, and she was at the early stage of demigod. As long as she was careful, there wouldn't be too much danger. Kia was different. Once she encountered an accident, her life might be in danger. Kia, Athena was moved, and she couldn't speak for a while. Alice's eyes were subconsciously shining when she heard about going to the human world. The more she looked at Athena now, the more ashamed she felt. She lowered her head. Your matter is really important this time, so I won't go either. Besides, I'm the Lord of the Dark Moon. Forget it. Isabella unceremoniously exposed Sir Lord's shortcomings. Our Sir Lord throws everything to Joanna and the others. He is a standard hands-off person. Even if he disappears for a year and a half, there won't be any trouble in the estate. Maybe it will be more prosperous without a guy who blindly commands. Vixen, who are you saying blindly commands? Alice had always been at odds with Isabella. She was so angry that she almost jumped up, but on second thought, it's not right. It seems that the Vixen is helping me. Isabella didn't bicker with Alice anymore. She said to Rolla, say hello to Mom and Dad for me. Let's go see them together next time. When Isabella went to the human world last time, she was regarded as a daughter by Rolla's parents. Isabella's carefulness and gentleness were what Rolla didn't have. Moreover, this devil snareflower was also quite black-bellied. She was regarded by Marilla and Span as their own daughter, so the family got along quite well. When Marilla hugged Isabella to say goodbye, she cried even harder than she hugged Rolla. And don't worry. Rolla nodded. Okay, then. Alice, Lola, Arya. Rolla will go with me. Chinrue thought for a while and agreed. His body flashed with the light of the Tower of Glory. Does everyone have anything to prepare? Athena, help me tell my sister to let Dodo pretend to be me when necessary. The lowly princess glanced at Isabella and said hesitantly, and that, Sister Innie, not a vixen? Are you trying to say that you'll be my biological sister from now on, Vixen? Isabella mimicked Lala Ilaria's ho 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 and laughed. Humph. Alice originally wanted to say a few sincere words of gratitude, but her mouth flattened again when she heard the sentence. She quickly disappeared in the light of the Tower of Glory. Chinrue smiled apologetically at Kia. Kia, after the child is born safely, you, Athena, Innie, everyone go out and have fun. Ben Hong, please take care of this place during this time. Kia nodded hard and watched him enter the Star Gate with Athena and others. Ben Hong didn't look at Chinrue. He just looked at the sky and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Everyone is unique and irreplaceable. Chapter 1177. On the Island of Storms, a door faintly shining with starlight opened. The Stargate opened, and Chenrue's figure walked out of the light door. The Stargate was indeed an incredible skill. Crossing between these two worlds was like coming and going in one's own yard. It was easy and without any danger. Moreover, compared with the previous Stargate, it could now bring people other than himself through space, which was more convenient. With a flash of golden light, the Tower of Glory had released Rolla, Lolly, and Alice. Although the fusion of the star sealing platform also had the same effect. The fusion of the star sealing platform was more for emergency rescue. The longest duration could be up to 3 days, and it could only be used once every 12 hours. In order to avoid wastage, it could not be used in some unexpected situations. So Chinrue usually used the Tower of Glory. In the death battle with Charlie back then, the Tower of Glory was severely damaged, and its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Fortunately, there was Chinrue, the mechanic grandmaster, plus the self-healing ability of the artifact. After such a long time, it finally recovered its strength. Rolla originally ran away from her marriage in Ryuzaku. Later, she followed Chenrue to Ryuzaku, so the environment of the human world was naturally not a problem for her. However, Lolly and Alice were different. They grew up in an environment rich in dark elements. The sky of the demon realm was cold moonlight even during the day. It was the first time they came to this sunny world with dense light elements, so they were naturally not used to it. Lolly's strength was about to reach the intermediate stage of demigod, and she had experienced hard training. It didn't take long for her to adapt to the sunlight. In contrast, Alice seemed to be struggling. From childhood to adulthood, Alice really didn't put much effort into training. Even if she was talented and received various enhancements, She was only at the early stage of the Demon King, C, which was the master level strength at the initial stage of the human world. After being appointed as a star apprentice, she had A-level speed, but her actual combat ability was extremely low. When the sun shone on her head, she suddenly felt dizzy and was about to fall. Fortunately, Chinrue reacted quickly and held her. Wear this necklace first. It can help you hide dark elements and neutralize light elements. You'll be fine after you get used to it. I'm sorry, brother. Alice was originally full of expectation, but she didn't expect to be put down as soon as she came up. She became a burden at the first moment, and her mood immediately became gloomy. It's fine, let's go. Chinrue carried Alice on his back and said to Lala Arya, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but the black dragon itself has a relatively pure, dark physique. This light element environment makes me very uncomfortable, and my strength is also suppressed. Do you still have that necklace? Give me one." "There's no necklace, but there's still a bracelet." Chinrue took out another bracelet and gave it to the flat lowly. "This bracelet is good. I was just worried that the necklace is too feminine, so I can't get a girl." Lala Arya laughed strangely. "Okay, as long as Madame Lala Arya likes it." Chinrue was already numb to this Lily Lowly. By the way, this island was originally the place of the wind elementals, so there should be many wind plants. It's very likely that there's a thunder core vine. When it came to the thunder core vine that Athena needed, Lala Arya became serious. She mentioned the characteristics of the thunder core vine. "This thing is very similar to ordinary tree vines, but my nose is very sensitive. Any woman who smells it once can even close her eyes. Let's say thunder core vine. I can smell it. However, this island seems to be too big. With just the few of us, I'm afraid. There are more than a few of us on the island." As soon as Chenrue finished speaking, heavy footsteps came from nearby. "Titan?" Lala Arya was also a frequent visitor to the Blue Lake mountain range and the City of Stars, so she did not seem particularly surprised. Not only the Titan, but also the lamp spirits and gremlins. Chinrue smiled slightly. The Island of Storms was no longer what it used to be. After magic games became popular in the human world, Chinrue established a core control base on the Island of Storms. The ruins of the ancient civilization's Level 4 city, Skywheel, that was originally abandoned and vacated were used to become the core of the base. The basic construction personnel in the base were a large number of gremlins brought by Chinrue from the City of Stars, and a considerable number of lamp spirits took on the task of assisting in research and daily work. As for the crystal beasts, giant crystal beasts, and assemble dolls, they were not brought because the Titans were enough for the guard. Besides, there was also Ryuzuka's ally, the dragon guarding the teleportation portal. There was a natural barrier of the stormy sea region outside the Island of Storms. A few years ago, the dragons declared this place as a trial ground. Outsiders were prohibited from intruding. Otherwise, they would have to bear all the consequences, so even ordinary mercenaries did not dare to approach the sea region now. The leader of the Titans was Oceanus, one of the strongest 12 Titans. After the City of Stars evolved to a Level 5 city, it was already able to carry out super evolution. It even developed an evolution pool similar to the second super evolution that a Level 6 capital possessed. However, the success rate of the second evolution was too low. At present, the only one who had passed the second super evolution was Oceanus. Oceanus's strength had reached demigod, but the other dozen Titans who participated in the experiment at the same time all failed. The success rate of the second evolution was extremely low. It was simply a gamble of luck. Moreover, failure was not as simple as the reduction of strength, but the direct destruction of body and soul. Therefore, after several failures, Chinrue ordered Crystal Phoenix to stop the experiment. After all, there was still a considerable gap between the current civilization level and the Level 6 capital. Forced experiments would only consume energy and the lives of the Titans in vain. The The leader of the lamp spirits was also a chief-level powerhouse who had passed the super evolution. He was called Kimmu, and his strength was at the peak stage of the demon overlord. The leader of the gremlins was called Vito. He could command gremlin servants to improve work efficiency and manufacture and repair more advanced equipment. Since gremlins were non-combat units, there was no need to carry out super evolution. As soon as Chinrue came here, he used the spiritual imprint to summon, and the alchemy creature leader of the base immediately rushed over. Master! Oceanus, Kimmu, and Vito saluted Chinrue together. Immediately dispatch all the gremlins and lamp spirits on the island. The Titans are responsible for opening the way and guarding. We will search the entire island of storms separately to find the vine with this characteristic. Chinrue said the characteristics of the thunder core vine. With the size of the Titan, it was naturally not suitable for this kind of search. However, in addition to the wind elementals, there were many threatening, demonic beasts on the island, such as Thunderbird. The lamp spirits were fine, but the gremlins would probably be attacked, so it was necessary to be vigilant. The alchemy creatures immediately executed Chinrue's order. For a while, the island seemed to be in an uproar. Chinrue returned to the base with Alice and others to wait for the news. During this time, Alice relied on the power of the necklace and some guidance from Rala, and she finally gradually adapted. Sir, the Cloud Palace suddenly disappeared some time ago, and all the wind elementals are also missing. In addition to the large team that went out to search, there were also gremlins who maintained daily work in the base. The leader of the lamp spirits, Kimmu, also stayed to report the recent situation of the base to Chinrue. I know about this. The reason for the disappearance of the wind elementals should be the same as that of the earth elementals. It was because of the summon of the great elemental of the elemental realm previously. It seemed that all the elementals on the main plane had disappeared. Master, the representative of the dragons who stayed behind asks to see you. A gremlin came to report. Chinrue's plan was to immediately go to Ryuzaku through the teleportation portal after finding the Thunder Core Vine. So he nodded immediately. 10 minutes passed, and the representative of the dragons still hadn't come to the hall. Chinrue and Rala were feeling strange, and the gremlin came to report again. The representative of the dragons was stopped by Master's companions outside. Companions? Chinrue was taken aback. He looked at Rala and Alice beside him, and he immediately reacted, Lala Leah! Chinrue and Rala walked to the gate and saw Lala Leah blocking in front of the two representatives of the dragons. To be more precise, Lala Leah in her mature form stopped one of the representatives of the dragons with a delicate and beautiful figure. Carlo? Little beauty, your name is just like your temperament, full of androgynous beauty, intoxicating. All right, my name is Lala Leah. Are you interested in having a drink with me? Lala Leah blinked her eyes. She actually looked very charming, but her actions were very frivolous. She lifted the chin of the other party, completely like a female pervert. The mature transformation was originally used for battle, but it was actually used by the flat lowly to pick up girls. She was indeed one of the weirdos on Dragon Island. You're also a dragon's? The aura on your body. Carlu quickly took a few steps back, and his face instantly turned red. Oh ho ho ho! You're quite shy, I like this type. Chinrue was speechless as he interrupted the female pervert's sexual harassment of the innocent. Lala Leah, the other representative of the dragons, was a boy of 12 or 13 years old. He looked more delicate. When he saw Chinrue, he quickly pulled Carlu and saluted them from afar. Lord Richard, Elder Rala, Little Andrew. So you and Carlu are the representatives of the dragons who stayed here. Chinrue nodded. These two representatives of the dragons were familiar faces. Someone you know. Lala Leah's eyes lit up even more. She moved closer and said in a low voice, How about we make a deal? I'll help you identify the Thunder Core Vine, and you introduce that beauty to us. Beauty? Chinrue and Rolla looked at each other, their gazes filled with curiosity. Just as Lalalia and Chinrue were muttering, little Andrew and Carlo's whispered conversation came from behind. That Lady Lalalia seems to have the aura of the dark element. Don't worry, Lord Richard is here. Got it, brother. With Lalalia's hearing, she naturally heard it clearly, just as she was about to scold Chinrue for providing a fake bracelet. She suddenly heard the last sentence and froze on the spot. Brother? Lalalia turned around and pointed at Carlu with a trembling finger. Let me introduce you, Chinrue said. These two are the sons of Elder Perrin of Ryuzuku, Carlu, and Andrew. Boys! Alice exclaimed while Lalalia was dumbfounded as if she was petrified on the spot. It turned out that the beauty that Lalalia was harassing was Perrin's eldest son. He was also the poor trap that Rolla beat up, robbed, and ran away from her marriage, Carlu. Chapter 1178. The alchemy creatures were quite efficient. Soon, many vines were brought to Chinrue. Perhaps it was the after effect of transformation, but Lala was no longer in high spirits like when she was picking up girls. She seemed weak. She sniffed casually in front of a large pile of plants. None of these. Sir Richard, you seem to be looking for some plants? Little Andrew asked curiously. For Carlu, Chinrue only had 2 keywords in his mind: good guy card and poor trap who was bullied by Rolla since young. However, little Andrew was different. This little boy gave Chinrue a good impression. Back then, little Andrew came to Chinrue for Samuel's matter. Chinrue received news that Samuel was in danger and rushed to the Long Huang Empire to rescue the loyal follower in time. Later, little Andrew helped Samuel escape from Ryuzuku. He helped Samuel defeat the Dragon Knight, Trinidad, in a duel at the risk of serious injuries. It could be said that little Andrew was Samuel's most loyal brother. Even when Samuel came to the demon realm, he often missed the dragon companion who was like a brother. Thunder Corvine. Chinrue did not hide it. It's very important to me. It concerns the life and safety of one of my wives. Thunder Corvine. By the way, Carlu, didn't you find some thunder core vines under the cliff last time? Little Andrew's words made Chinrue feel refreshed, and he looked at Carlu. Carlu was already afraid of Rolla. In addition, he was teased by Lala as a girl. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles here. He did not hear what his brother said at all. Little Andrew walked over and said a few words. Carlu suddenly shivered and quickly stood up. He bowed and said, Little Andrew, stay here and talk with Sir Richard. I'll go get it now. Hearing the whereabouts of the Thunder Core Vine, Chinrue's mood finally eased a little. He said to Little Andrew, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Ryuzuku is still the same. How are His Majesty Palgoris and the Great Elder and his wife? His Majesty Palgoris successfully advanced not long ago, and Ryuzuku even held a 3-day celebration. Lady Marilla and Sir Span are doing well, especially Lady Marilla. She is highly regarded by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Now, she is in charge of important matters such as magic games and magic telephones. Little Andrew said and bowed to Chinrue. Speaking of Ryuzuku, I asked you to save my companion Samuel. Although I don't know how you did it, I know that it was all thanks to you that Samuel managed to escape. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Little Andrew, you are very good. Chinrue looked at Andrew approvingly. There are some things I should tell you, but I hope you can keep it a secret. In fact, after that, we also met in the Long Huang Empire. Samuel was also there. Oh, and Stanwell and Groas. Little Andrew looked surprised. He suddenly remembered something and was shocked. You mean the Dragon Knight duel with Brecklin? Oh, that time. Elder Stanwell seemed very strange. He actually reprimanded Brecklin. Ah, could it be that the third prince of the Long Huang Empire who spoke to Elder Stanwell? You are very smart, little Andrew. Then should I call you, Chinrue smiled indifferently, or Richard? Prince Arthur should have been attacked and killed during the coronation ceremony of the Holy Son. Understood, sir. Little Andrew had also heard about the changes in the coronation ceremony of the Holy Son that the Church of Light had announced. But judging from Chun Rue's appearance here and his strength when he defeated Stanwell in Riku, the truth was definitely not what the church had claimed. The secret behind it should be quite shocking. Little Andrew did not ask further. He bowed again. Thank you very much for your trust, sir. I just want to ask a question. Where is Samuel now? I have a special, spiritual connection with him. I can feel that he should be safe. He is in a very far-away place with his 2 wives, Joanna and Ina. He also misses you as a friend. Little Andrew's eyes lit up. I wonder if I can go and see him. This is actually a question that you need to think about carefully because, as Chun Rue was speaking, he suddenly looked at the door and saw that Carlo had returned with a few vines in his hand. Chun Rue did not continue chatting with little Andrew. His eyes fell on the vines. Lala Aria? Lala Aria responded listlessly and walked forward. She sniffed and suddenly pinched Carlo's arm angrily. Carlo could not withstand Lala Aria's strength. He immediately squatted down in pain. Just when Chun Rue thought that there was something wrong with the thunder core vine, Lala Aria almost roared in exasperation. You are a man. How can you use a girl's perfume? Carlo was in so much pain that he could not speak. Little Andrew quickly explained. This is a man's perfume. Many nobles in the human world use it. Chun Rue was speechless. It had nothing to do with the perfume. This was a textbook case of anger from embarrassment. Lala Aria. Chun Rue quickly stopped the flat lowly who was about to go berserk. These are the thunder core vines that Athena needs, right? Yes. Lala Aria responded and said to Carlo fiercely, The next time I see you using these disgusting things, I'll throw you into a volcano to take a bath. The poor trap could only nod his head with his remaining strength and tears in his eyes. When Chun Rue heard that it was the thunder core vine, he quickly transplanted it into the galaxy garden. At the same time, he ordered all the alchemy creatures to stop searching and use the power of the crown of thorns to heal Carlo's arm. Thank you very much, Carlo. You're welcome, sir. I know you're a good person. The trap's impression of Chun Rue was quite good. The main reason was that Chun Rue married a lady that the trap was most afraid of, which freed the trap from the abyss of suffering. Since he found the thunder core vine so quickly, Chun Rue was naturally in a good mood. So be it. Carlo's injury was actually not serious, but from his horrified expression, it could be seen that the psychological intimidation and trauma was far more than the physical injury. He reckoned that there was one more name besides Rala on the blacklist in the trap's heart. You two are now the representatives of Ryuzaku in Storm Island. Great, I'm going to Ryuzaku now. Carla hesitated for a moment and asked, Sir, can I ask why you're going to Ryuzaku? I'm sorry, I'm doing my duty. I need to inform them of the person and purpose before they agree to activate the two-way teleportation. Brother, Andrew nudged Carlo lightly, have you forgotten? Madame Rala is now an elder. She doesn't need. Upon hearing the fairy dragon's name, the trap couldn't help but shiver. He finally reacted and didn't dare to look in the direction of an elder. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Ro. Ro! Chun Rue was tongue-tied when he heard the trap. He shook his head, secretly. Although Rala liked to play dumb sometimes and was a little two-faced, she was still quite cute in general. How could she leave such a terrible shadow in Carla's heart? Actually, I want to visit Queen Sophia of Palgoris to see if she has a golden ambergris flower. Golden ambergris flower, little Andrew exclaimed. Chun Rue hurriedly asked, You know about it? Little Andrew nodded and said a little embarrassedly, Aunt Sophia does have one, and she has always treated it as a treasure. I remember when I was young, a few of my friends and I tried to steal it more than once. In the end, we triggered the protective inscription circle and were trapped inside. After my father got me out, he gave me a good beating. Later, It was Aunt Sophia who was kind enough to give me a silver ambergris flower. Chinrue heard from Lilia that the ambergris flower was good for young dragons. Hearing little Andrew's affirmative answer, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's great. Let's go to Ryuzuka now. After receiving the news from Karlu and Andrew that Elder Rala had returned, the two-way teleportation circle in Ryuzuku was quickly opened. After Chinrue brought Rala and the other two through the teleportation circle, the first thing he saw was his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After hearing the news of their daughter's return, Marilla and Span appeared in front of the teleportation circle immediately. Baby! Marilla looked excitedly at her daughter whom she hadn't seen for a few years. Rala also threw herself into her mother's arms. No matter if she was now a quasi-goddess or a peak false god, she was still her mother's daughter. Chinrue noticed that Marilla and Span's strength had reached the middle stage of demigod. Span could only be considered to have recovered his strength, while Marilla was only one step away from breaking through when she left last time. Of course, the potions given by Chinrue also played an important role. The Elf King's father-in-law, Span, walked over and nodded to Chinrue. You're back. This familial tone made Chinrue feel warm. Well, Uncle Span, let me introduce you. This is Alice and this is Lilia. They are my sisters. Before the Elf King's father-in-law could speak, Marilla keenly showed a vigilant look. Sisters, although I owe you a lot of money, I haven't fallen to the point of selling myself as a sister. Besides, my age, Lilia looked at Marilla carelessly. I'm Rala's, good friend. Since you're Rala's mother, you're also my aunt. That Rala's father. Don't worry, my target is your daughter. Your wife is safe for the time being. The last sentence was obviously said to Span. The Elf King's father-in-law obviously couldn't keep up with such a strange rhythm of thinking. He asked in surprise, What? I'm not a sister, either. Alice muttered discontentedly. She came in front of Marilla and bowed respectfully. Hello, I'm Marilla. I'm Rala, sister, Alice. Rala and I will be sisters sooner or later. Marilla looked at Alice and then looked at Chinrue. Her scrutinizing gaze made Chinrue a little scared, but Marilla quite liked Alice's cute appearance. Last time it was Innie, this time it's Alice. They're both likable, but there's one guy who's getting more and more annoying. Hey, what happened to your hand? Chinrue looked at his left hand that hadn't completely regenerated, shook his head and said, It's nothing, it's almost recovered. It won't be long before it's as good as new. At the mention of Chinrue's hand, Rala's eyes suddenly turned red. This is the last time when he risked his life to save me. Marilla's gaze suddenly softened, and the original reproach turned into appreciation and gratification. She still spoke with a reproachful tone. Young people shouldn't be too aggressive. To be able to use his life to protect his daughter, such a son-in-law was indeed reassuring to hand his daughter over to him. Chinrue heard the concern in Marilla's tone and smiled. His shoulder was already patted by the Elf King's father-in-law. It's good that you're fine now. At this time, another acquaintance came over. It was Groaz. Seeing Chinrue and Rala, Groaz nodded and said, His Majesty invites great Elder Marilla, Elder Rala, and 3 guests to the Holy Spirit Peak. Chapter 1179. Soon after, Chinrue and the other 3 appeared in the palace on the Holy Spirit Peak. Although it was not the first time he came to this palace, Chinrue was still impressed by the grandeur and luxury of this palace. From the ceiling to the ground, every inch was made of priceless materials. Even if other furnishings or treasures were not counted, the entire palace alone was equivalent to a huge treasure. However, just like the preferences of many dragons, this style was still too nouveau riche. It was like wearing rings on all 10 fingers for fear that others didn't know that they were rich. If an elf who was proficient in art and had a beautiful style was in this vulgar palace full of the stench of money, she would definitely pick out countless flaws. Unfortunately, Lalalia was not an elf. From the moment she entered this palace, Her eyes were full of shining black crystal coins. Since she did not fulfill her promise to marry Chunrui, the Lalalole's property was frozen by her father, Augustus, long ago. She was directly reduced from a rich and beautiful girl to a short, poor and loser dragon. In the Lalalole's own words, she could only live under someone else's roof. In fact, it was a happy life of freeloading in the dark moon and harassing beauties from time to time. I finally got a treasure map, but I almost got my sisters killed. In the end, it was still that damn human who came to save me. I owe him more and more. Now that she saw this palace that seemed to be full of piles of black crystal coins, she was naturally stunned. Finally, the Lalalole still had some self-control. If it was Oliphius, maybe the black dragon chick would immediately lie on the floor and enjoy the feeling of sleeping in a pile of money. Walking into the hall, Chunrui saw the ruler of Ryuzuku, Palgoris. The dragon emperor was sitting on the throne in the middle, and the elders of Ryuzuku stood on both sides. It was not the first time that Chunrui had seen these elders. Compared with the last elder meeting, although many people were absent, it was relatively complete. Stanwil, Perrin, and the dragon's potion grandmaster, Clendit, who once wanted to worship Chunrui as a master, were all present. Your Majesty Palgoris, we meet again. Chunrui bowed his head slightly to show courtesy. The elders were taken aback because this kind of etiquette was only used by peers of the same level or status. The last time, this human's attitude was not like this. At least he bowed. This action also surprised and shocked Melia. She knew Palgoris's character very well. He seemed casual, but he was arrogant and scheming. Although she did not know why her son-in-law, who had always been wise, was suddenly so rude, this kind of behavior would definitely make the Dragon Emperor unhappy. Palgoris was not too surprised or dissatisfied because he had already learned the truth of the last canonization ceremony battle on the Holy Mountain from Stanwil. The human in front of him, Melia's son-in-law, was actually able to compete with one of the three supreme angels, the veteran peak fake god Raphael. According to Stanwil, this person used the identity of Arthur to easily defeat the eight-winged angel camel. Then, in front of Raphael, he unlocked the ancient runes array near the canonization stage and left with the imprisoned woman. Not only did Raphael fail to capture him, but he also almost suffered a great loss due to his carelessness. From the description, the difference in strength between the two was quite obvious. Arthur also admitted that he was far from being a match for Raphael, but what was certain was that Arthur was definitely not a demigod, but a fake god. In terms of strength, even with special treasures or secret techniques, it was almost impossible for a beginner fake god to escape from a peak fake god. If it was a peak fake god, there should not be such a huge difference in strength. Therefore, the other party's strength was probably similar to his current level, intermediate fake god. If he made use of Raphael's contempt and used the treasures, Palgoris was confident that he could escape from Raphael's hands. Although he did not know if Richard had deliberately hidden his strength in Ryuzuku, or if his strength had not recovered for some reason. In any case, the human in front of him now was a well-matched opponent. Lord Richard, I'll call you that for now. It's a pleasure to see you again. Palgoris smiled and tilted his head to return the greeting. Come, take a seat. Palgoris's attitude moved the elders once again. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor actually acknowledged the other party's courtesy. The fastest to react was Stanwil. He immediately came in front of Chunrui and set up a chair a dozen meters below the steps of the Dragon Emperor's throne. From the decoration and specifications of the chair, it was actually only slightly inferior to the throne. It seemed to be used to entertain some level of distinguished guests. Chunrui nodded to Stanwil. Elder Stanwil, thank you for the trip to Mount Sunday. The last time in Dragonhorn City, Catherine and Duo had a conflict with Stanwil due to a misunderstanding. Later, Stanwil brought Chunrui and the rest to Mount Sun, which saved Duo a lot of precious time. Stanwil blushed when he thought of the misunderstanding last time. He bowed and returned to Palgoras's side without saying much. After Chinrue sat down, Palgoras looked at Alice and Laleria. "Don't you want to introduce the two beautiful ladies from another world first?" This sentence revealed the origin of the two women. Chinrue knew that the Saint Dragon had a special talent for sensing dark elements. Ordinary equipment couldn't even block this talent. This was also the reason why Kalu sensed a strong dark element breath on Laleria previously. Not to mention Palgoras's eyesight, he could even see through the secret treasure, evil blue tear, that Isabella wore back then. Alice was not a girl who had never seen a big scene. Without waiting for Chinrue to speak, she had already walked up gracefully and gracefully performed a Demon Realm aristocratic etiquette. Demon Realm's first princess of the fallen angel empire and lord of the Dark Moon estate, Alice. "Lucifer greets your majesty Palgoras. Although I'm in the human world, I have also heard the dragons who have returned from their training talk about the name of the Dark Moon estate. I didn't expect Princess Royal Highness to be the lord of the largest estate in the Demon Realm at such a young age. Amazing." Palgoras's gaze fell on Laleria. "So this? Black Miss Long? Black Dragon." If the elders were already whispering when Alice claimed to be from the Demon Realm previously, then the word Black Dragon that Palgoras pointed out made the whispers louder. The Black Dragon is recognized as the sworn enemy of the Saint Dragon family. There are almost no black dragons in the human world. Today, Richard actually openly brought a black dragon into the palace of the Holy Spirit Peak. Since I have to introduce myself in this kind of place, let's be serious. After all, I'm the daughter of the old man. Laleria's tone changed. She actually revealed a terrifying temperament that was completely different from her usual carelessness. She met the scrutinizing gaze of the Dragon Emperor without showing any weakness. The heir of the Demon Realm's Dragon Island, the daughter of the current Dragon Emperor Augustus, Laleria, Scylla Salamonkiel. This black dragon girl is actually the next Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm. The elders suddenly became restless. The dragons of the Demon Realm were called the Fallen Dragons by the surface world. The Dragon Island and Ryuzaku were naturally irreconcilable enemies. The future Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm actually came to the surface world's Ryuzaku. Is he going to start a war? Hey, old men over there, stop muttering. I'm not deliberately trying to break in and start a war. After saying that, Laleria returned to her careless manner and pointed at Chinrue fearlessly. "I'm here with this guy today. If you want to cause trouble, take him down first." "Madam Lala Arya, you seem to have become a lot more cunning." Chinrue glanced at the Lala Loli with a weird expression. "Of course, who am I?" "Oh-ho-ho." Palgoras waved his hand, and the restlessness of the elders immediately quietened down. The Dragon Emperor looked at Laleria with interest. "Interesting. Her Highness Laleria is right. Now is not the time to start a war. Your Highness' strength, courage, and temperament are all worthy of praise. Someone bring the two Highnesses a seat." So, there were two more seats of lower specifications, next to Chinrue. "Your Excellency Richard, you've really given me a show of strength with your arrival. Just the number of people sitting here is already more than my side," Palgoras said to Chinrue with a smile. "You've abducted the #1 genius of Ryuzaku, Elder Rala, for so long. Don't tell me this time is just to visit Elder Rala, or this old friend who thinks too highly of himself. To be honest, Your Majesty, I've specially come to Ryuzaku this time to ask for a favor. Please speak. I have a wife who has some health problems and urgently needs the golden ambergris flower. I heard that Your Majesty's Queen Sophia has one, so I've come to ask for Your Majesty's help." "Golden ambergris flower?" Palgoras seemed a little surprised, thinking for a moment, "I'm afraid I can't help you, Your Excellency." Chinrue frowned. "Your Majesty, this golden ambergris flower is very important to me. I'm willing to pay any price for it." "It's not about the price," Palgoras shook his head. "It's about Sophia." Anyway, I'm sorry. This was clearly a refusal. Before Chen Rue could speak, Lalaria snorted in dissatisfaction. Why are you wasting so much time with him? Just say it. If he doesn't hand it over, I'll destroy Ryuzaku. As soon as this sentence came out, the air in the hall suddenly became suffocating. The Dragon Emperor's eyes burned with a terrifying flame as he stared at Chinrue's face. This is your attitude? Although it was Lalaria who said it, she was only a demigod. There was no way she would be so arrogant as to court death. She must have been instructed by Richard. Chinrue was silent for a moment. Your Majesty, tell me the truth. Even if we're not real friends, we're partners in many fields, be it magic games, magic phones, or millet wine. Besides, Aunt Maria and Uncle Span are Rolla's parents and my family. I'm willing to exchange the golden ambergris flower with items of equal value, including artifacts, black potions, or more commercial projects. However, if these are not enough to satisfy your Majesty's appetite, then I'm sorry, I won't rule out taking it by force. After all, the golden ambergris flower was Ryuzaku's treasure, and considering the relationship between Rolla's parents and Ryuzaku in the past, Chinrue did not want to use force right from the start. Instead, he wanted to be polite before resorting to force. As soon as the last sentence was said, Palgoras's expression finally changed. Maria and Groas were shocked, and the elders were all moved. Was this Richard looking for death? He actually dared to provoke the Dragon Emperor in Ryuzaku. Palgoras slowly stood up from the throne, the might of a pseudo-god emanating from him bit by bit. What a good, tell the truth. I heard that you once successfully escaped from Raphael's hands. Today I'd like to see for myself. Escaped from Raphael's hands? Other than Stanwell, the elders, including Maria, were all shocked. No wonder the Dragon Emperor had treated Richard with such respect. Palgoras's gaze fell on Chinrue's left hand. There seems to be something wrong with your hand. I won't take advantage of you. I'll only use one hand, or wait for you to recover. Don't think too highly of yourself. This guy can easily strangle you to death with one hand. Lalalia continued with her shocking words. Her words almost ignited the entire hall. Chapter 1180. Palgoras's eyes had turned into vertical slits, and he exuded an oppressive power. The light in the hall dimmed, and everyone felt as if they were in a turbulent sea, unable to breathe. However, as soon as this terrifying aura approached Chinrue, it disappeared like snowflakes meeting fire. Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, your news is too outdated. Lala, who was beside Chinrue, was naturally not oppressed by Palgoras' aura. She revealed another piece of shocking news. This guy escaped from Raphael a few years ago. Less than a year ago, he defeated Raphael. Palgoras's breath stagnated, and he could hardly believe his ears. At this moment, Chinrue shook his head in denial. I did not defeat Raphael. Everyone's expression was slightly relieved. Chinrue added, the truth is that I only fought him for 10 minutes. However, if it had been more than a minute, he might have died. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. In fact, Chinrue was not exaggerating. At that time, if it weren't for Gabriel's timely warning that 10 minutes were up, once the celestial god's mirror was launched, Raphael would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Moreover, after the battle in the elemental realm, Chinrue now had a deeper understanding of the stars of heaven mirror, especially the fusion power. His strength was even greater than when he visited the sacred mountain. If Raphael's strength remained the same during this period, Chinrue was confident that he could win. Shameless boasting. Palgoras sneered. This boast was too exaggerated. A few years ago, he had been running for his life from Raphael's hands, and now Raphael had managed to escape from him by a fluke? Who was Raphael? The third supreme angel, one of the strongest fake gods in the human world. He wasn't bragging. If the opponent was you, he wouldn't even need to do anything. I can do it with one hand. This voice once again caused an uproar. Even the calmest Melia could not help but widen her eyes in shock. It was actually her daughter, Rala. Palgorus's pupils constricted slightly, and his voice became even colder. You are the number one genius in Ryuzaku. Even I did not have the strength you have now. As for what you said just now, it may become a reality in the future, but now it can only be described as arrogant. As an elder, you have the right to question and challenge the strength of the Dragon Emperor, and even replace him. If a race wants to maintain its strength and development, competition is indispensable. I am also mentally prepared to accept the transfer of power in the future. This transfer of power might be someone else, or it might be you. But it was only in the future, not in the present. If you still don't step down. Before he could finish his words, he saw Rala's aura, which was originally only at the nation level, surge, and her strength instantly skyrocketed. Demigod mid-demigod peak. Palgorus was suddenly shocked. This was because Rala's aura did not stop after reaching the peak of demigod, and she easily crossed over to the fake god level. Early stage fake god, mid-stage fake god, Palgorus's expression changed drastically. This was because Rala's strength was still rising, and in the blink of an eye, it had risen to a level that he could not sense. He saw Rala wave her hand, and a rainbow appeared under her feet, slowly spreading towards the sea. This rainbow was not fast, and it did not seem to have any special power, but it was far above the aura of the sea. Wherever it passed, the seawater decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant it was evaporated. Before the rainbow reached him, Palgorus felt that his soul had been frightened by the terrifying aura, and a silver armor subconsciously appeared all over his body. However, as the rainbow approached step by step, the armor could not withstand such a powerful pressure, and a large crack appeared. At this moment, the entire palace and even the entire Ryuzaku trembled under this power. Even the dragon inscriptions that covered the defense could not suppress it. The nearby dragons were suppressed to the point that they could not move, and they looked in the direction of the Holy Spirit Peak in horror. All right, Rala. Chinrue's voice sounded, and the rainbow immediately stopped spreading and gradually dissipated. The terrifying pressure also disappeared. Palgorus looked in disbelief at Rala, who calmly withdrew a hand, and spat out 4 words with difficulty. Peak fake god! The hall suddenly became quiet. Except for Chenrue's side, all the dragons gasped. She really was a peak fake god. During the last Elders' Council, the Rala who appeared in front of everyone was still in the peak kingdom. How long had it been? She actually became a peak fake god. How was this possible? You won. Palgorus restrained his power in a daze, and his voice was extremely bitter. Although it feels unbelievable, it is the truth. You are right, I am wrong. There is no need for future. Present, I am no longer your opponent. Palgorus knew the gap between peak fake god and intermediate fake god better than any of the dragon's elders. Rala had just released a little of her aura. If she really attacked, it would be a fluke to escape, and there was no chance of winning at all. And according to Rala, that Richard was stronger than her. What she said earlier about almost killing Raphael should be true. Palgorus was mentally prepared to fight with Chenrue, the intermediate fake god, but he did not expect things to turn out like this. Taking a deep breath, he finally adjusted his state of mind and sighed, Elder Rala, there is no doubt about your strength. It is the fortune of the whole of Ryuzaku for the dragons to have such a genius and strong person like you. So, are you ready to accept the throne? According to the rules of the dragons, Rala, as an elder, was already qualified to replace the dragon emperor Palgorus after successfully challenging him. As long as the great elder agreed, he could immediately convene an elders' council, and after a vote, he would officially hand over the throne. The current great elder was none other than Rala's mother. Coupled with Rala's strong strength, there was almost no obstacle for the elders' council to pass. The elders all looked at each other. The daughter was about to become the dragon emperor, and the mother was the great elder. Was the Saint Dragon family, which had ruled the country of dragons for many years. going to be completely replaced by the fairy dragon? The reason why Palgoris proposed the succession of the throne was because he had no other choice. Rala's strength had already shocked everyone, but there was still an even more unfathomable man behind her. His courage, methods, and strategies were all terrifying, as could be seen from the incident where he fooled the Church of Light and Raphael. As long as they had the support of Richard, the mother and daughter would soon be able to firmly control the whole of Ryuzuki. Wait, before Rala could reply, Maria spoke first, walking in front of her daughter. Rala, I am equally amazed by your strength, but I am even more proud of you. For a mother, the growth of a child, even if it is just a little, fills me with hope and comfort. However, as the great elder of the dragons, I do not think you are qualified for the position of the Dragon Emperor. Apart from your strength, you are stubborn, fond of freedom, inflexible, not good at interpersonal relationships, and not good at controlling the overall situation. Simply put, with your current ability, you do not have the qualities of a king, and you will not be able to do better than His Majesty Palgoris. So, as the great elder, I will be the first to oppose you becoming the Dragon Emperor. Maria's tone was stern but sincere, and it was not a pretense. The elders could not help but whisper among themselves, and Palgoris's heart felt like it had been knocked over. For a moment, all sorts of emotions intertwined with each other, including admiration, gratitude, and shame. All along, Palgoris had been wary of Maria's power and prestige. The last time he had supported his trusted aide Stanwell, he had wanted to push Maria down, or even exile her. However, Maria had used the power of her son-in-law, Richard, to turn the tables, cleverly dispersing the power of the great elder. She had retreated in order to gain Palgoris's trust and importance. However, in the depths of Palgoris's heart, he had never truly let go of his fear, and he believed that Maria was also aware of this. However, at this most critical moment, Maria's performance had greatly exceeded Palgoris's expectations, and at the same time he was completely convinced. Palgoris finally understood why Maria could gain the respect and trust of so many people. She was a true, competent, and irreplaceable great elder. Faced with her righteous mother, Rala was stunned, who said, "I want to be the Dragon Emperor." Palgoris was also stunned. "You don't want to be the ruler of Ryuzuku?" Rala looked at Maria, and then at Shinrue, her glasses flashing. "I have never thought of replacing anyone. Not now and not in the future. Mother is right. You are the most suitable king. No one can do better than you. I just want to clarify that my husband did not lie, and I just want the golden ambergris flower." "Humph. What's so good about the throne?" "I don't care about it at all. Take the 3 empresses, for example. Catherine, Jia, and Tiffany are busy with state affairs every day. Even Jia, who is the closest, can hardly see her even once a month unless Chinrue goes to see her. I am in the Rainbow Valley. I can see him whenever I want." Rala was not stupid. Not only did she state her choice, her words also clearly showed her support for Palgoris. Palgoris was finally relieved and nodded, slightly to Maria and Rala. This nod seemed casual, but Maria had already felt Palgoris's unprecedented sincerity. From now on, there was no longer any barrier between the Dragon Emperor and the Great Elder, so she smiled and said nothing. Indeed, Rala was not a qualified ruler. However, there were many things that could be learned from the beginning. It was just that Maria herself had been the Great Elder for many years. She had seen a lot of open strife and veiled strife. As a mother, she hoped that her daughter could obtain happiness and freedom, just the golden ambergris flower. Palgoris let out a long sigh. "Rala, your pursuit makes me feel lucky but also regretful. If that's the case, I'll call Sophia over now." "Wait a minute," Maria frowned. "Rala, if you really want to get the golden ambergris flower, I hope that you can get it with Her Highness Sophia's consent and not by relying on your own power." Rala nodded. "Yes, let's go find Aunt Sophia now. Your Majesty, is that all right?" Palgoris glanced at Maria gratefully. Of course, Sophia is in the white jade palace of the Holy Spirit Peak. Stanwell, accompany Elder Ralla and the 3 guests. Yes, your majesty. Stanwell suppressed the fear in his heart and came before the 4 people. Chinrue tilted his head towards Palgoris. I was a little impatient just now. Please accept a friend's apology for offending you. This was a world where strength was everything. Ralla had already displayed the overwhelming strength of a peak demigod, and Richard was even stronger than Ralla, being able to defeat Raphael in the entire main plane. He was definitely at the pinnacle of existence below the god level. To be able to gain the friendship of such a peerless powerhouse was definitely beneficial to Ryuzaku. Dragon Emperor Palgoris did not dare to delay. He stood up and said, If your majesty Richard is willing, Ryuzaku will always be your majesty's friend. Chinrue nodded and said to Stanwell, Please lead the way. Stanwell bowed, and under everyone's gaze, he led Chinrue and the other 3 out of the hall. Chapter 1181. Chinrue and the other 3 followed Stanwell out of the palace. Ralla thought for a moment and asked, Elder Stanwell, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Stanwell was very respectful. Ralla was no ordinary elder. Her strength was far above that of the Dragon Emperor, and she was fully deserving of the title of number 1 in Ryuzaku. Moreover, there was a man with even more unfathomable power behind her, who had actually defeated Raphael. If the words brother-in-law came true, Stanwell smiled bitterly to himself. However, he did not have a good impression of Richard. Not to mention whether the other party was interested in his sister. He could not bring himself to sell his sister for glory. Ralla did not know about the wild thoughts in Stanwell's mind. She asked, Why did my mother make such a request? Also, when His Majesty mentioned Aunt Sophia and the golden ambergris flower, he seemed a little strange. Is there something behind this? There is indeed something behind this. Stanwell nodded. Elder Ralla, it has been more than 20,000 years since you ran away from the marriage and left Ryuzaku to train. Naturally, you do not know what happened in Ryuzaku during this time. In fact, it was during this period of time that a very unfortunate thing befell Her Highness Sophia. Unfortunate thing. Stanwell sighed and began to explain. In fact, although Ralla's departure was a humiliation to Elder Perrin, it did not cause much of a reaction. Not long after, the good news of Empress Sophia's pregnancy came out in Ryuzaku. It was very difficult for dragons to conceive, not to mention that both Palgoris and Sophia were supermasters. This was a great thing for both the Saint Dragon family and Ryuzaku. The child was very likely to become the next Dragon Emperor. Compared to this, Ralla's escape from the marriage was insignificant. Only Span and Maria were anxious to find the missing Ralla. Sophia, who was a first-time mother, was very excited. She made many clothes and toys for the baby and spent a lot of effort to find the rarest golden ambergris flower. She carefully planted it as a gift for the child. Dragon Emperor Palgoris, who was still a peak demigod at the time, unexpectedly found the way to condense a pseudo-divine spark. It was a double blessing. Palgoris immediately went into seclusion. It took a long time for the offspring of dragons to be born. It could take a few years at the least, a decade at the most, or even longer. However, in the 3rd year of Palgoris's seclusion, something huge happened in Ryuzaku. A Saint Dragon elder called Laguna took advantage of the fact that the Dragon Emperor was in seclusion and Maria was away with her daughter to start a coup. The coup wasn't just a power struggle. It was a terrifying battle to control or even destroy the entirety of Ryuzaku. Laguna was a degenerate infected by evil. It was no different from what happened in the Jadewood Forest all those years ago. The mastermind behind it was none other than the Abyss. In the intense battle, Sophia was heavily injured and almost lost her life. Fortunately, Maria heard the news and rushed back in time to save her. She led the remaining dragons against Laguna and the Degenerate. Palgoris finally came out of seclusion as a demigod and killed Laguna and the traitor in one fell swoop. It was a pity that while Sophia's life was saved, the little life in her womb was destroyed. Naturally, Palgrize was infuriated. In the battle against the cloud-soaring empire that had been infected by the forces of the abyss, Palgrize could not care less about the demigod contract, which forbade supermasters from attacking ordinary people. He destroyed 7 cities in a row. Later, it was Gabriel of the Church of Light who stopped Palgrize. Sophia couldn't take the blow of losing her child and almost broke down. She didn't eat or drink during that time and cried over the golden dragon saliva flower she had prepared for her child. In the years that followed, the golden dragon saliva flower became Sophia's last hope. She took care of it like it was her own child until now. After Stanwell's words, Chinrue fell silent. He didn't think the golden dragon saliva flower had such a story. To Sophia, it was no longer a simple plant. It was her child and her mother's love and longing. It was no wonder that Palgoris would reject his terms of exchange, and it was no wonder that Marilla would make such a request after Rolla displayed the strength of a peak false god. Alice's eyes were red. She lost her mother when she was very young and didn't even have any impression of her. She could only vaguely remember her from her sister's description. Now that she heard about Sophia, she couldn't help but cry. Rolla held Chinrue's hand tightly. Somehow, she thought of her parents' sadness and anxiety after she ran away from home. Lala, who was calm and composed when facing the Dragon Emperor, also lowered her head and said nothing. After a while, they arrived at the White Jade Palace. The exterior of the palace was much simpler than he had imagined, and there was not a single guard or maid. Palgoris and Sophia were husband and wife who had gone through thick and thin together. Although Sophia had married other wives, the position of queen had never changed. The reason why the White Jade Palace was like this was that after that unfortunate incident, Sophia dismissed all her servants and stayed in the palace for many years. She just wanted to stay here alone to accompany the golden dragon, Saliva Flower. However, the gate and the surroundings were all covered with powerful dragon inscriptions by Palgoris. Without Sophia's permission, outsiders were generally not allowed to enter. Stanwell came to the gate and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Sophia, I'm here on the order of His Majesty Palgoris." After a while, the inscription circle at the gate disappeared. Stanwell led everyone through the gate and all the way to the garden behind the palace. Compared to the simple facilities of the palace he had seen before, the garden appeared to be lush with greenery, and it was clear that the plants had been carefully taken care of. In front of him was a woman with a thin face and dressed in white. Her silver hair and golden eyes were the characteristics of the Holy Dragon clan, and her temperament was also quite extraordinary. However, her hair, which should have been shining brightly, was gray and dull, and her beauty and grace had been concealed by a kind of haggardness. On the ground behind her, there was a particularly conspicuous plant about 1/2 foot tall. Among the emerald green branches and leaves, there was a beautiful pale golden flower full of spirituality and vitality. The golden dragon Saliva Flower. The target was so close at hand. That woman only had the strength of an early demigod, and her combat power was obviously greatly reduced. Not to mention Chinrue or Rolla. Even Lala could easily capture it. However, the 3 of them did not move, not only because of Melia's previous order, but also because of the story told by Stanwell. "Your Highness, Sophia." Stanwell bowed. Sophia had saved his life in the past. Although Stanwell's strength had surpassed Sophia's by a small realm, he still maintained a sincere respect for her every time they met. "Elder Stanwell." Sophia returned the bow and looked at Chinrue and the others. "May I know what His Majesty wants you to convey?" Stanwell hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'm here on the order of His Majesty." Before Stanwell could continue, Chinrue suddenly interrupted. "It's just that we uninvited guests want to pay a visit to Your Highness Sophia. And this is Aunt Sophia. Do you still remember me?" Rolla said, "I'm Rolla from the Rainbow Peak." I remember you used to take me to the mountain to dig bamboo shoots and watch the rainbow after the rain when I was a child. You're Rala, the daughter of Elder Melia? Sophia looked surprised. I remember, didn't you leave Ryuzaku? I think you were running away from a wedding. Stanwell said, Your Highness, Sophia. Elder Rala had returned to Ryuzaku a few years ago. His Majesty Palgoris even hosted her wedding. Elder? Sophia was even more surprised. Elder Rala was praised by His Majesty as the #1 genius in Ryuzaku. Stanwell paused and finally did not say the title of #1 genius. It's good that you're back safely. Welcome home, Rala. Sophia smiled slightly. I'm sorry I haven't left here all these years and didn't participate in any activities, so I couldn't attend your wedding. When Sophia said this, Rala felt even more guilty and quickly shook her head to show that it was okay. By the way, this Lord Richard is the husband of Elder Rala, and Her Highness Lalaria is the next Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm. Her Highness Alice is the Lord and first Princess of the largest territory in the Demon Realm. These words revealed a lot of information, and Sophia was even more surprised. Rala's husband, Stanwell's attitude, seems extremely respectful, and the next Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm, the Lord of the largest territory in the Demon Realm, they're all little girls? Why did the Demon Realm all come to Ryuzaku? Then this Rala's husband must be related to the Demon Realm. Perhaps he is someone with a great background. Surprisingly, Palgoris actually agreed to this marriage and personally presided over the wedding. Chinrue nodded to Sophia. I'm quite knowledgeable about plants. I heard that Your Highness Sophia is also a kindred spirit, so I brought my 2 sisters and Rala to visit the White Jade Palace. Please forgive me for my presumptuousness. Sophia looked at Rala and then at Chinrue. She nodded. Lord Richard also likes plants? Chinrue nodded. A colorful mist floated in his hand, and several plants appeared on the ground. They were actually planted directly in the soil as if they were born in this garden. This is blue papyrus, and this is devil pomegranate sapling. These plants are all special varieties of the Demon Realm, right? Sophia took a deep look at Chinrue. It's simply amazing. It's impossible for storage equipment to store such vibrant plants. Could this be the power of the pseudo-god level subkingdom? Chinrue felt the deep meaning in Sophia's eyes. This Royal Highness Queen was obviously a very smart woman. She had vaguely inferred his level of strength from Stanwell's respectful attitude, and she was not distracted by the power of the Rainbow Garden. Then the purpose of their visit could not be hidden. Sophia's eyes fell on Stanwell, who seemed a little reserved. She suddenly fell silent for a moment and said sadly, Is it his order? This voice had a touch of sadness. Stanwell did not dare to look at Sophia's eyes. He lowered his head and said yes. Sophia sighed. The one who released that powerful aura just now was this Lord Richard. Even in this corner that was full of inscriptions and isolated from the rest of the world, you could clearly feel the pressure that was above everything. The only thing that could attract such a strong person to a small place like mine is this golden ambergris flower. Stanwell lowered his head and said, In fact, the one who released that powerful aura was Elder Rala. Sophia was shocked. She looked at Rala in surprise and then smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the little girl to grow into such a strong person. With your strength, even if you don't force Palgoris to abdicate, it should be easy to get this ambergris flower. I'm sorry, Aunt Sophia. Rala felt even more sad. Then, Sophia's body suddenly trembled slightly. You can take it away. These words seemed to have used up the last of her strength. Sophia seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Chapter 1182. Brother. Looking at Sophia, Alice, who had been sad, could not help but cry. Let's think of another way and see if there are other places with this kind of flower. Ambergris flower is the companion plant of dragons. Only... Lala stopped halfway and suddenly could not continue. We really can't take this ambergris flower away just like that. Chinrue retracted his hand and quietly released the colorful mist. He took a deep breath. Its vitality is not the strongest, but the meaning of life it contains is more than any other plant I've seen. Her Highness Sophia must have been using her true love and her soul to nourish it all these years. If we take it away like that, Her Highness Sophia's spirit and life might collapse at any time. The Galaxy Garden could indeed transplant this ambergris flower, but Chinrue faintly felt that something was wrong, so he did not do it immediately. Then Athena and her unborn child. Rala could not help but say. She was also in a dilemma. Children? This word shocked Sophia. What do you want this flower for? It's my brother's pregnant wife, Athena. Alice wiped her tears. Although Alice's choked voice was intermittent, Sophia already understood the general situation. She could not help but look at Chinrue a few more times. So it was for his wife and unborn child. Speaking of children, Sophia could not help but think of her own experience. Her eyes also turned red. Lord Richard, if this golden ambergris flower can really help your wife and unborn child, please, Royal Highness Sophia. Chinrue looked at Sophia excitedly. He could feel Sophia's mood. It was not because of the disparity in strength or threat, but because of true love and true kindness. It was because she had suffered misfortune before that she hoped to avoid this misfortune for others. For this, she did not hesitate to sacrifice her greatest hope. Just this alone was worthy of respect. It has nothing to do with strength. First, please accept my most sincere gratitude as a husband and a father. Chinrue bowed deeply to Sophia, but he did not immediately take the golden ambergris flower. Instead, he observed it carefully for a while. Your Highness Sophia, I want to ask you a question that might make you sad, but do answer me. Back then, when your child died, were you always near this golden ambergris flower? Sophia looked like she was reminiscing. At that time, even when I was recuperating on the bed in the White Jade Palace, I was still praying to the dragon god. Unfortunately, from then on, I thought of this ambergris flower that I was planning to give to Ariel as her gift. As Sophia spoke, she covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. Chinrue didn't feel too emotional this time. Instead, he focused his attention on the golden ambergris flower. Rala noticed that his expression was a little strange. She went forward and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any special feelings?" Rala looked at the golden ambergris flower for a while and shook her head. "No, maybe it's my imagination, or maybe—" Chinrue narrowed his eyes. "Go over to them first." Rala nodded. She saw purple starlight suddenly shine from Chinrue's body, and a vast and boundless aura instantly enveloped the entire garden. Stanwell, who was further away, felt as if he was in the middle of a stormy sea. All his senses lost their ability to control themselves, and he could only faintly feel an instinctive fear from his soul. The power of the stars. That's right, it was the same power that Raphael had displayed previously. Compared to the last time, the power this time was more than 1,000 times stronger. This trembling feeling was even more intense than when Rala released her aura. Palgoris and the elders of the dragons in the palace at the peak of the Holy Spirit Peak also felt it. Palgoris was moved again, another powerful aura. It wasn't Rala's, but what Rala said was true. That Richard was even more powerful than her. But why would this terrifying powerhouse release his aura in the White Jade Palace? Could it be Sophia? With this in mind, Palgoris could no longer sit still. With a flash, he disappeared from the throne. The pressure on Stanwell suddenly disappeared, because he had been pulled over by Rala's power. With the protection of the fairy dragon, Sophia and the others were no longer oppressed by Chinrue's aura. Once upon a time, Stanwell had thought of seeking revenge from Richard, after his strength had increased. Now that he thought about it, he found it funny. This wish would never come true. He could only look up to that figure. A strange nebula appeared behind Chinrue. The moment this nebula appeared, Everyone felt a sense of death, including Dragon Emperor Palgoris, who had already teleported over. Palgoris even had a feeling that if he were to face this death, he would not be able to escape even if he tried his best. The feeling of death immediately disappeared. Qinrui retracted the power of the mirror of the gods of heaven and finally nodded. I can feel it. This emotion is no longer simple fear. Rala finally understood. You mean this ambergris flower? Yes, it already has a real soul. Soul! Sophia was shocked, but immediately reacted. Ariel! This trace of soul power is faint. If not for my special sense of life and faith, I would have almost missed it. As for whether it is the Ariel that your Highness mentioned, I am not sure. There was one more thing that Qinrui did not say. Since there was a separate soul, once it was collected by the Galaxy Garden, the soul would be completely erased and become an ordinary golden ambergris flower. It must be Ariel, my child. Sophia could not believe it. She felt that the hope that had been extinguished for many years had been reignited. She immediately burst into tears. Please save her! Qinrui frowned and did not say anything. Alice could not help but say, Brother, please help Her Highness Sophia. Don't worry, he is just thinking. Rala patted Alice's shoulder and nodded to Palgoris behind her. This soul is too weak. I am not sure. Let's try first. A silver goblet appeared in Qinrui's hand. The goblet was engraved with a pair of wings, emitting a gentle light that calmed the mind. Palgoris was a man who knew his stuff. He was slightly shocked. The Holy Grail! This goblet was one of the 3 holy relics of light, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail had the special power of the Holy Soul. It could absorb damaged souls into the Holy Grail and nourish them until they recovered. The recovery time depended on the degree of damage to the soul. During this period, the recovery speed could also be accelerated by sacrificing the power of light. Palgoris only noticed the Holy Grail, but did not notice the ring on Qinrui's hand. The ring was one of the 7 divine artifacts, the blood spirit ring. Qinrui looked at the golden ambergris flower carefully. After a moment of hesitation, he put away the Holy Grail and the blood spirit ring, not because he was afraid of triggering the 7 divine artifacts, but because he was really not sure. His original idea was to use the power of the blood spirit ring to extract the soul from the ambergris flower and then nourish it with the Holy Grail. Veronica and Ben Hong were both beneficiaries of the Holy Grail. However, even Veronica's soul, which was about to dissipate, was much clearer and stronger than the one on the golden ambergris flower. If he tried to extract the strand of soul from the ambergris flower and failed, it would completely disappear. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the chances of failure were very high. Qinrui pondered for a moment. Waves of energy, filled with vitality, appeared in his hands. All the plants in the garden seemed to be rejuvenated in an instant. Even the withered grass in the corner turned green again, and the golden ambergris flower was no exception. This was the realm of spring that had been infused with the power of nirvana. The golden ambergris flower, which had lost some of its vitality due to the fear of death, had completely recovered. However, there were still no substantial changes in the aspect of its soul. The aura in Qinrui's hands changed again. This was an aura that was different from the life aura from before. As a mid-level fake god, Palgoris could sense the purity and profoundness of this power. Looking at the soil under Qinrui's feet, new plants sprouting at an unbelievable speed and even blossoming, Palgoris finally confirmed what this power was. He exclaimed, "The law of creation!" "The law of creation," Rala corrected him. "The power of the origin." Palgoris's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the Book of Creation? Was this the reason why Richard tried so hard to sneak into the Holy Mountain to fight with Raphael? In fact, the Dragon Emperor had only guessed a small part of the truth, and he did not expect that Qinrui had long been a regular at the White Cliff. It still doesn't work. Qinrui shook his head and drew a rune in the void with his finger. Palgoris recognized that part of it was the dragon inscription. It was so precise and perfect. Whether it was the ease of doing it or the attainments of the inscription, they were all above him. The Dragon Emperor. The dragon inscription was only a small part. The main body was the ancient runes. When the two were mixed, they formed a long and esoteric text that even Palgoris could not understand. It was scattered around the golden ambergris flower. For a moment, the power of the dragon inscription that had been stored in the entire white jade palace for tens of thousands of years was extracted and concentrated in the rune formation around the ambergris flower. This power was originally extremely vigorous. If it directly seeped into the ambergris flower, it would explode instantly. However, under the effect of the inscription matrix, the vigorous power was filtered, purified, and decomposed bit by bit. Then it gently wrapped around the ambergris flower, strengthening its power bit by bit. Now its soul power is too weak. Let's wait for a few days. The starlight on Chun Rue's body disappeared. Palgoris learned about the general situation from Stanwell's report in a low voice. Although he felt it was incredible and even ridiculous, with the powerful strength that Chun Rue and Rala had shown and the Dragon Emperor himself had agreed in the palace hall, it would be a piece of cake for them to take away the ambergris flower. There was no need to go through so much trouble to deceive Sophia. It seemed that there was really hope. Thank you for everything, sir. Sophia bowed deeply to Chinrue. I can't guarantee success, but I will try my best. This was a very troublesome thing. If he was not careful, the soul attached to the ambergris flower would disappear. It was a waste of effort. Chinrue did not have to do this at all. He could just take the ambergris flower and leave, but he chose to help Sophia, not for anything else, but for the love and hope of a mother. Sophia reminded Chinrue of himself when he lost the duoduo, so he decided to do this. Sir Richard, Palgoris also spoke. Whether it is successful or not, please accept my most sincere gratitude. Chinrue nodded to Palgoris. Although I have set up the rune array, I need to cast spells and observe every day, so I will stay in Ryuzaku for the next few days. However, my trip to the surface world concerns the safety of my wife and child. Time is of the essence, so please help me find the items on this list, Your Majesty. I hope that I can gather them as soon as possible. The price is not a problem. Palgoris took the list from Chinrue and looked at it. Some of the items are indeed rare, but rest assured I will use all the power and connections in Ryuzaku to do this. As for the price, you do not need to worry. Just treat it as my gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 1183. Ryuzaku. At the entrance of the white jade palace's garden, Alice secretly poked her head out and looked at the back of a woman who was tidying up the flowers and plants. Sophia paused. Your Highness Alice? Alice, who had been discovered, stuck out her tongue and walked out. Your Highness, Sophia. Over the past few days, Alice had been following Chinrue to the White Jade Palace every day, and she had become more and more familiar with Sophia. Sophia stood up. Your Highness, why are you here so early today? Go sit in the hall first. I'll get you some snacks. Alice quickly said, No need, Your Highness Sophia. I want to help you tidy up the garden, okay? Sophia was slightly startled, but she immediately nodded. Okay. Alice jumped up happily and started to tidy up Sophia's garden. Although she was a hindrance at first, she quickly got used to it. After a while, her face was already covered in sweat. Sophia took out a towel and wiped Alice's face. Suddenly, she saw that Alice's eyes were a little red. Sophia was stunned for a moment, but when she thought of Alice's behavior in the past few days, she quickly understood something out of a woman's sensitivity. She gently hugged Alice in her arms. Chinrue didn't know that Alice had already gone to the White Jade Palace alone. This morning, Rala was training with him, and she had a further understanding of the power of a peak false god. She was now in seclusion. Chinrue didn't disturb her and ended his training. When he walked out of the Rainbow Peak, he bumped into Stanwell. Lord Richard, the materials you need are basically all gathered. Some haven't reached Ryuzaku yet, but they're probably on the way. Currently, we only lack the rainbow calla lotus and the ice mushroom. These two plants are very rare. It's said that the jadeite forest only produces a small amount of them, but the elves are preparing for the centennial new moon festival. In the next few months, unless it's a special guest, the elves won't be seeing any outsiders. A few months. Chinrue frowned, I understand. Thank you. Previously, because of the golden ambergris flower in the white jade palace, Chinrue decided to stay in Ryuzaku for the time being. He entrusted the task of gathering the materials to Dragon Emperor Palgoris. Now, it seemed that this unintentional move was actually a wise one. The Dragon Valley was only a small territory in the entire surface world. However, the dragons were famous in almost every corner of the world, especially after new things such as magic games and magic phones came out. Their influence further increased. In just a few days, he had basically gathered all the materials on the list through various channels. If it was Chun Rue himself, even if he used the power of the Long Huang Empire, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. As for the rainbow calla lily and the ice fungus, Chinrue could not wait for a few months. Once the matter in Ryuzaku was settled, he would personally make a trip to the jadeite forest. Other than obtaining these two materials, Chinrue also wanted to meet the legendary prophet of the elves, Alusir. It was time to solve some of the deceptive mysteries. Strength aside, the new moon festival of the elves was not an obstacle. Don't forget, he still had the identity of the Elven King. Didn't the prophet of the elves ask Finoya to ask Chinrue to delay the safekeeping of the Tree of Nature? If he couldn't find a satisfactory answer, then he might as well return the Tree of Nature to the elves, even though it might be very suspicious. At this thought, Chinrue's furrowed brows relaxed. Seeing Stanwell's hesitant look, he asked, "What, is there something else?" "Yes, no. This. If you have something to say, just say it, Elder Stanwell. Otherwise, I will go to the White Jade Palace now." Stanwell was appointed as the liaison officer. Putting aside the powerful Chinrue, just Lala's and Alice's identities were extraordinary. So Stanwell, the trusted elder, was in charge of receiving them on behalf of Palgoris. He immediately said, "Actually, I don't know how to say it. It's about Her Royal Highness Lala. She has been in Ryuzaku these days. Got into trouble?" Chinrue was startled. Lala was the black dragon of the demon realm. Although there were orders from Palgoris, it was difficult to guarantee that the dragons of Ryuzaku would not be hostile to her. According to Alice, Lala did not return to the Rainbow Peak at all these days. She just wandered around in the Ryuzaku area. Could there be some conflict? I also don't know how to describe it. Stanwell sighed. Anyway, the door of my liaison officer's house is almost broken by those complaining guys. Complaining guys? Chinrue looked surprised. He suddenly thought of a certain powerful attribute of Lala and asked tentatively, "Do those people all have daughters?" Stanwell nodded with a bitter smile on his face. Chinrue suddenly felt frustrated. Sure enough, Chinrue felt that something was wrong again. Speaking of which, Lala had not been in Ryuzaku for long, and she was a dragon's from another hostile world. How could she be in such a short time? Before he could think further, a sound came from Stanwell's body. It was the sound of a lot of crystal coins falling, the ringtone of the magic phone. Compared to the strange ringtone of the phone, what caught Chinrue's attention was the voice on the phone. Golden Square? Chinrue had heard the content on the phone clearly. Before Stanwell could speak, he nodded. "I'll go take a look now." Golden Square. This was one of the two largest squares in Ryuzaku. Even for dragons with huge bodies, this was a rather spacious square. Now, a circle of dragons had gathered in the square. Some were in human form, and some were still in their dragon forms. These dragons were mostly female, but there were also quite a few male. They all had one thing in common, which was their youth. In the center of this circle of dragons was a familiar short and flat figure. He was standing on a sculpture and making a passionate and stirring voice. We are young people. We sometimes despise everything that is done according to the rules. We scoff at the so-called following the rules. We will also fail and even be frustrated and cry, because we are young. Many of us live in the shadows of our parents and grandparents. If you slack off or fail, you will be embarrassing someone. The achievements or heights you have achieved are what you should have achieved, not what you want to achieve. Everyone, and I know it clearly, much clearer than those old guys. Our hearts yearn for change. There is no need to obey. There is no need to yield. There is no need to endure. Maybe we will be seen as rebellious, ridiculed, and fooled. Maybe we will suffer more setbacks. But we will never give up courage, because we are young. We have the faith to climb back up again. We have the passion that the old guys don't have. One day, we will get what we want. One day, we will surprise those old guys. One day, when we introduce our names, it will be our powerful real names and not son of so-and-so. After saying this, all the surrounding dragons raised their arms and shouted excitedly, "Lala Leah! Lala Leah!" Chinrue was dumbfounded. This was not some enchantment magic, but a speech, an extremely provocative speech. He did not expect this Lily Loli, who only knew how to cause trouble, renege on her words, and act like a hooligan, to have such an ability. Lala Leah laughed and jumped off the ground. She grabbed the waist of the girl closest to her, put her down, and gave her a wet kiss. The surrounding dragons were not surprised. Instead, many dragons screamed, "Lady Lala Leah is so handsome!" Whoa-ho-ho-ho! Lala Leah let go of the blushing girl, put her hands on her waist, and let out her signature laugh. For a moment, the surrounding dragons imitated Lala Leah's posture and tone and laughed loudly. The loud and strange laughter resounded in the square. Ooh-ho-ho-ho! Chinrue broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood why Lala Leah was called the biggest scourge of Dragon Island. It was not as simple as seducing good girls. If the dragons listening to the speech in the square were compared to a certain sect, then Lala Leah would be the absolute sect leader. In just a few days, Lala Leah had successfully formed a team. What was even more strange was that this was the base camp of the enemy dragons. She was indeed worthy of being the next Dragon Emperor of Dragon Island. Chinrue was ashamed of his inferiority in this kind of incitement. No wonder Stammel's house was broken down by the parents. Chinrue thought about it and did not stop Lala Leah. He would let her enjoy the pleasure of being a sect leader for the last time. Anyway, it would not take long to gather all the materials, and he would bring Lala Leah back to the demon realm. Once the sect leader left, the sect naturally dispersed. It was better to go to the White Jade Palace first. Calculating the time, the effect of the runic circle should have been absorbed almost completely. Once it was completed, he could try to extract the soul of the golden dragon saliva flower. Chinrue bypassed the golden square and arrived at the Holy Spirit Peak. Entering the White Jade Palace, he saw Alice sitting next to Sophia and chatting. The relationship between the two seemed to be exceptionally close. Even Sophia's haggard face could not help but show a rare smile. "Brother!" Alice saw Chinrue and quickly went to greet him. "Alice, why did you come alone? Did you cause trouble for Her Highness Sophia?" "Humph," Alice said angrily. "Who caused trouble? I even helped Aunt Sophia to tidy up the garden." Chinrue noticed how Alice addressed Sophia. Aunt? In terms of age, Sophia was probably older than Alice's father. However, he had a 20,000-year-old fairy dragon wife. All right, that was not the main point. Sophia had already stood up and bowed. "Lord Richard, Alice is very efficient and has helped me a lot. I like her very much." From the way Sophia addressed him and her attitude, the relationship between the two seemed to be even closer. Chinrue smiled slightly. "That's good. Let's go take a look at the golden dragon saliva flower." The three of them went straight to the garden behind the hall. Chinrue carefully observed the runic circle around the golden dragon saliva flower, which had almost been absorbed. He nodded. Your Highness Sophia, the absorption of the dragon's saliva flower is faster than expected. I originally thought it would only be completed tomorrow, but it seems like it's almost done. However, let me say this first. Although this dragon saliva flower has absorbed so much energy, the soul energy is still too weak. I'm confident. After these days, Sophia had a certain level of mental preparation. Lord Richard, you have already done your best. Please do not worry about anything else. Chapter 1184. Chenrue walked to the front of the golden ambergris flower. His body flashed with purple starlight, and he performed the polar transformation. As he waved his hands, mysterious star marks appeared out of thin air. Countless runes flew out from the ground, and the light went into the ambergris flower, forming a translucent golden vase made of pure energy, wrapping the ambergris flower in it. At this time, the blood-killing ring had already appeared on Chenrue's finger. At the same time, he held the Holy Grail in his other hand. The golden vase that wrapped the ambergris flower began to rise up with a thin golden light. This golden light was not directly absorbed into the blood-killing ring or the Holy Grail. Instead, under the control of the star power that Chenrue performed, it was nourished by the Holy Grail and entered the blood-killing ring bit by bit. The blood-killing ring began to emit a faint light. Chenrue was still extremely cautious in the polar transformation. As the soul left by the ambergris flower was too weak, it was still very fragile even after being nourished by the power of the dragon inscription during this period. This process was like a pair of huge hands holding a knife to perform delicate surgery, and he couldn't rush it. If he was careless, his soul would be annihilated. This was also the reason why Chenrue didn't dare to do it rashly last time. Time ticked by. It was the first time that Chenrue performed such a delicate operation with the polar transformation. This operation might bring him more experience in the use of star power in the future, but he did not think about anything now. All his attention was on the golden ambergris flower. The golden light almost went out several times, but he tried his best to stabilize it. Sophia and Alice, who were at the side, were infected by the tense atmosphere. Sophia clenched her sweaty palms, and Alice did not even dare to look. She just crossed her hands and lowered her head to pray. It was finally coming to an end, but this last stage was also the most difficult one. Chenrue's forehead and nose were already sweating. The golden light suddenly trembled, and Chenrue quickly increased the output of his power. At this moment, Lolly's laughter came from outside. Oh ho 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 ho! The golden light trembled again and quickly dimmed. Even the golden vase, condensed by inscriptions, began to crack. Chenrue blurted out, "Oh no!" Lala Arya happened to walk into the garden and saw this scene. Her expression changed, and her laughter stopped abruptly. The golden vase suddenly cracked open and turned into powder that dissipated in the air. At the same time, the golden light also disappeared. I'm sorry. Lala Dragon was dumbfounded. Originally, Lala Dragon had gained the support of many believers in the Golden Plaza and was in high spirits. She wanted to look for Alice and Chenrue to show off. Who knew that she would bump into the most important thing? Didn't Chenrue say that the soul extraction would only begin tomorrow? Chenrue knew that it had nothing to do with Lala Arya. Before she arrived, the soul of the golden ambergris flower had already started to show signs of dispersing. This scene made Sophia lose her support, and her whole body fell to the ground. She could only stare at the golden ambergris flower in a daze. She did not even have the strength to cry. Although it was still the same flower, she could clearly feel that it had lost its original special breath of life. Alice was still praying. Her hands were crossed even tighter, and tears were already overflowing from her closed eyes. Chenrue felt that the soul in the Holy Grail and blood-killing ring were dispersing. He sighed and lowered his head. He had tried his best. Suddenly, Chenrue felt something and his eyes widened. He looked up and saw the golden light shining again. It was in the sky above Alice. At the same time, The prayer became melodious and ethereal. Even if the strength of everyone present was far better than Alice, they still felt a little shaken. Alice's body exuded a soft and warm light. Under the influence of this light, the golden light began to shine brighter and brighter. This scene surprised Sophia and Lala Arya at the same time. Chen Rui raised the Holy Grail and blood-killing ring without hesitation. This time, it was unprecedentedly smooth. The breath on Alice's body became stronger. Chen Rui's heart moved. The power of faith. That's right, it's faith, and it's so pure and powerful. Chen Rui's consciousness had already sensed the abnormal movement of the super system. He greeted Lala Arya and entered the super system. When Chen Rui came to the Tower of Faith of the Galaxy Divinity Temple, he found that Veronica was already there. Beside Veronica, there was a short figure. What surprised Chen Rui was that it was not Alice. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old. She had silver hair and golden eyes. Her facial features were exquisite, as if she was carved out of jade. She was curiously looking at everything around her. When she saw Chen Rui, the little girl showed fear and shrank behind Veronica. Chen Rui looked at the little girl in surprise, and relevant information automatically appeared in his mind. Temple attendant can be sealed. Soul strength. E-characteristics heart attendant. Maintain absolute reverence for the controller and put an end to all disobedience. Can be cancelled or granted. Heart sacrifice. The controller can sacrifice or obliterate the attendant. Permission, none, can be cancelled or granted. Ability, none, can be cancelled or granted. This girl she actually became a temple attendant. Veronica smiled sweetly. I'm very happy that I have a new partner. But before that, you should first remove the heart attendant characteristic. Don't scare her. Chen Rui nodded and immediately removed the pressure of the heart attendant. Only then did the little girl poke her head out from behind Veronica and look at him timidly. What's your name? Chen Rui tried to show a kind smile. The little girl was startled like a rabbit and hid behind Veronica again. You don't look like a good person. Veronica smiled and squatted down. She hugged the little girl and whispered a few words in her ear. Only then did the little girl muster up the courage to come in front of Chen Rui. Your name is Avril, right? Chen Rui smiled at the little girl. Finally, he didn't scare her away this time. In fact, the little girl in front of him was probably only a small part of the real Avril. Most of it was the consciousness formed by Sophia's yearning on the ambergris flower. In other words, it was the Avril that Sophia imagined and conceived. No wonder her soul power was so weak. However, for Sophia, this was the most real Avril. Although it was only E strength, it was already a complete soul. At this time, the Tower of Faith shone brightly. Chen Rui's eyes lit up. Alice. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Alice, who had been unable to succeed, actually completed 2-star strengthening at this time and became the 20th god of the super system. After the Tower of Faith's flash ended, Alice appeared in front of him. Brother! Chen Rui touched Alice's head and nodded with relief. Veronica saluted. Congratulations, Madam Alice, the goddess of life. The faith that Alice controlled was life. Because of this, Avril's soul was successfully recondensed at the critical moment. From an incomplete and weak consciousness, she became a truly complete soul. At the same time, she also became the second god's servant of the super system. Your sister, Veronica, right? Just call me Alice. I've heard my sisters often mention you. Please take care of me in the future. Alice didn't hold back and went up to hold Veronica's arm affectionately. The lowly princess had a secret notebook that recorded all the women related to Chen Rui and related gossip. Veronica was not only the first oracle, but also a member of the harem. It was said that she was likely to become the mother of another created child in the future, so it was necessary to build a good relationship in advance. Veronica smiled and nodded. Alice held Avril's little hand again. Great, Avril, you're fine too. Auntie Sophia will be happy. Madam Alice. Avril had a natural sense of closeness to Alice, so she didn't resist at all. Instead, she showed a rare smile. Call me sister. Sister Alice. According to age, Avril was n times older than Alice, but this Avril was a newborn, complete soul. If it weren't for the power of the dragon inscription she absorbed previously, perhaps she would still be a baby, so it was understandable to call Alice sister. The believers of life are more than any previous faith. I have to go busy for a while now. Veronica looked at Avril. Avril, you go to the Galaxy Divinity Temple to rest first. I will teach you slowly in the future. Avril nodded. Brother, let's go out first and tell Auntie Sophia the good news. Okay. Chun-Rue and Alice's consciousness left the super system and returned to the white jade palace's body. Lalalia had once successfully evolved to a 2-star, so she naturally understood. She had been guarding the 2 cautiously until Chun-Rue and Alice opened their eyes. Only then did she relax her vigilance. Sophia wasn't sure what happened, but she had a faint feeling in her heart that Alice's abnormality should be a great turning point. Auntie Sophia. Alice came to Sophia's side happily. Alice's excitement rekindled Sophia's hope in her heart. Alice, is it? Princess Sophia, I'm very happy to tell you that we succeeded. I will explain some situations to you later. Now. Chun-Rue waved his hand, and a shadow in the air gradually became clear. Sophia rubbed her eyes hard and finally confirmed that it wasn't an illusion. Although she didn't know how Chun-Rue did it, the little girl in front of her gave her a familiar feeling. It was the golden ambergris flower. No, it was the daughter that she had been missing in her heart. The little girl looked at Sophia blankly. Both of them felt the connection from the soul at the same time. Whether Avril was a mental entity or not, they were real mother and daughter. Avril. Sophia excitedly stepped forward and hugged the little girl, but her hand could only pass through her as if the little girl was a shadow. It's like this. She is now living in my kingdom as a soul. At the moment, I can only project her out, and there is a certain time limit. I will try to help her resurrect in the future. This sentence was not perfunctory. Ben Hong had taught Veronica the secret of soul reincarnation. However, Avril's soul power was too weak, so it couldn't be used for now. When her soul power grew to a certain level in the future, she could find a suitable body to be truly resurrected. Thank you. Thank you. Sophia couldn't find the words to express her gratitude. You're welcome, Your Highness. I am also very grateful for the golden ambergris flower. If there is a chance in the future, I will bring my wife and children to visit the White Jade Palace again. I want to come too. Alice raised both hands to sign up. Of course. Chun-Rue smiled slightly. A colorful mist appeared in his hand, and the golden ambergris flower was kept in the Galaxy Garden. This material was finally in his hands, and it marked a successful end to Ryuzuka's trip. Chapter 1185. 3 days later, Pelgoris and Sophia personally sent Chun-Rue and others to the teleportation portal leading to the Storm Island. Ryuzuku also held a grand farewell ceremony for this. It was said that many dragons came spontaneously. Well, most of them were the parents of naughty children. They all celebrated that the biggest scourge had finally left Ryuzuku. However, Lalaria's "we will definitely come back" still scared many parents. Chun-Rue's trip was quite fruitful. Not only did he fulfill Sophia's wish, but Alice also achieved the life deity position. The super system also added a second oracle. More importantly, the materials that he wanted to obtain in the human world were basically complete. There were only the last 2 left: Rainbow Calla Lily and Ice Ganoderma. The origin of these 2 were in the Emerald Forest Sea. The elves should have them, as the elves were preparing for the new moon sacrifice that happened once every 100 years. They did not see any guests for the time being. Therefore, the dragons could not negotiate directly with the elves. According to the elf king's father-in-law, Span, the new moon sacrifice was the legendary birthday of the moon goddess. It was also one of the most important festivals of the elves. Elves from all over the world would return to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. In this celebration, the elves would hold various activities, including a series of competitions and selection of various elites of the elves. At present, the core activity of the new moon sacrifice, which was the birthday of the moon goddess, was not far away. Span had not returned to the immortal capital of Silver Moon for a long time. This time he planned to go with Chinrue to the Emerald Forest Sea to participate in the new moon sacrifice. Maria did not accompany him. One of the reasons was that she was not liked by the elves in the Emerald Forest Sea. The most important reason was that the Dragon Emperor Palgoris had the intention to make some changes to the dragons. During this time, the elders frequently convened and held meetings. As the great elder, Marian naturally could not be absent. Before leaving, the fairy dragon mother-in-law secretly pulled her daughter and son-in-law aside and instructed them for a while. It was just to keep an eye on the father-in-law and crack down on any misbehavior, especially the old acquaintances. The focus was on Chi Lanya and others on the blacklist. If necessary, they could use force. "I'll bear all the consequences." In this regard, Chinrue could only express his deep sympathy for his mother-in-law in his heart, but he solemnly vowed to complete the task. After returning to Storm Island through the portal, Chinrue released the Devil Snare ship and left the Storm Island. Through several countries and portals, he entered the Ryo Empire, which was the closest to the elves, and arrived at the most famous port city, Yagda. Yagda was known as the City of Mages. Traces of the elves and the magic civilization could be seen everywhere. It was also the place with the highest concentration of mages on the surface, especially the Tower of Mages, an alliance of elves and humans, which attracted a large number of mages to join. It became the most important strategic weapon of the Ryo Empire. The Mage Legion of the Ryo Empire was also the strongest existence in the entire surface world. It was strong enough to compete with the dragon riders of the Long Huang Empire. It was the second time that Chanrue and Rala came here. Previously, the two met Lighter of the Tower of Mages here and punished the evil half-elf mage Lildo. Rala broke through in the battle with the elf Elder Dulsa in the Tower of Mages and advanced to Demigod. However, at this time, elves could hardly be seen in the City of Mages. The elf span was a bit eye-catching because the elves had returned to the Emerald Forest to participate in the New Moon Festival. It was the first time for Alice and Lalalia to come to this City of Mages. They were dazzled by all kinds of novel things. Alice bought dozens of things in a row. Many of them were toys. She said that they were for Duo and Athena's children. Chinrue was very touched. However, Alice was having a lot of fun. The desire to shop was contagious, especially for female creatures. Rala also bought a lot of things. Even Lalalia couldn't help but borrow a large amount of black crystal coins from Chinrue and squandered. Anyway, Lalalia had a lot of debts. After a few rounds, Alice couldn't walk anymore, but she was still very excited. Fortunately, there were good tools like space rings in this world. Otherwise, Chinrue and Span would definitely be carrying big and small bags. After shopping, everyone left the port by boat and went to the Emerald Forest. 2 days later. "Brother, how much longer?" "About 10 minutes." "That's great." Alice looked at the dense forest along the way, and her eyes lit up. "By the way, brother, I heard from someone in Yagda that no one except elves can enter the immortal capital of Silver Moon during this time. Should we dress up as elves?" "Dress up as elves? I like this idea." Leah blinked her eyes. Light flashed, and her ears began to become pointy. Her hair also turned dark green. Her appearance didn't change much, but Leah was originally a delicate and flat type. She looked like a somewhat androgynous elven lowly Shota. This was the transformation skill of dragons. Even a black dragon who was immune to magic could easily cast it as long as she had enough strength and skills. Rala didn't cast the transformation skill of dragons. For a fairy dragon who could be regarded as the first person to control the elements in the main plane, changing her appearance was a piece of cake. There was no light, and it was as natural as the flow of water. Rala had successfully transformed. Her figure and appearance changed slightly, and she looked more agile. Together with her intellectual temperament, she was an extremely attractive female elven scholar. Wow! Alice's eyes flashed with little stars. Sister Rala is so beautiful. Can you help me transform too? Rala blinked her eyes, and a beautiful and cute elven lowly immediately appeared behind Chinrue. The only thing that made Alice a little dissatisfied was that her chest was still barren. Father Spang, you have 3 daughters now. Alice laughed and looked at Chinrue. It's your turn, brother. Well, since everyone is so happy. Chinrue had actually been using camouflage to conceal his true appearance. Now he only needed to slightly change his ears and hair. Chinrue, who easily transformed, saw everyone's strange gaze. He was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother, your transformation skill is too bad." Alice shook her head with a dissatisfied look. Chinrue was taken aback. This kind of camouflage skill can't even be seen through by a peak pseudo-god. How is it bad? Although we haven't seen many elves, Lolly complained. But you should be the ugliest elf. Rala first shook her head to show that she didn't care. Then she compared it with her father's handsome face. After thinking for a while, she nodded firmly. Chinrue was speechless. This is the face of an extra, after all. However, thinking that the elves are all handsome men and beautiful women, it would be too ridiculous to change into a common face. So he simply restored Arthur's face. After a simple Photoshop, he finally got the 3 judges to show their approval. Spang looked at his 3 laughing daughters and smiled. Okay, elves, get ready. This is already the water boundary of Purple Orchid Harbor. After 2 turns, you can see the harbor. Soon, the Devil's Snare ship carrying the 5 elves successfully arrived at Purple Orchid Harbor. Purple Orchid Harbor was guarded by elf guards. Spang led the 4 of them down the ship. The elf guard who greeted them was obviously a newcomer. He didn't recognize that Spang was the elf king from 20,000 years ago. Spang didn't reveal his identity, but simply gave a common elf etiquette. May the moonlight goddess bless you. Our family is rushing back to participate in the New Moon Festival. The elf guard felt Spang's extraordinary aura. Seeing that they were all elves, he also returned the etiquette. Welcome back to the land favored by the moonlight goddess. May the moonlight goddess bless you. Please come here to register first. At this moment, another group of elves appeared in front of them. The leader was a blond male elf wearing silver chain armor. He had a long sword on his back. He was handsome and had a small beard. This team of elves was holding a man. The man was tall and slender, with delicate facial features, but there were many blood-red marks on his face and body, making him look particularly strange. Judging from his slightly pointed ears, he should be a half-elf. Race, half-elf, mutated, comprehensive strength assessment, A physique, A dash strength, A spirit, A speed, A analysis, dark attribute, precision eyes, mageweth. Danger level low. Half-elves were hybrids between elves and other races. Their lifespan was shorter than real elves. However, they weren't recognized by the elves and weren't protected by the elves' treaty. They had always been despised in the Emerald Forest Sea. Blanche, who Chinrue knew, was like this. The half-elf in front of him actually had the rare dark attribute in the human world. The spots on his face should be the mageweth, analyzed by the super system. However, elves had always been perfectionists. To put it bluntly, they easily judged people by their appearance. They obviously showed a lot of disgust towards the dark elf's face. Sir Aska. The elf guard beside Spang quickly saluted. You finally caught this lowly dark elf. This guy tried to sneak into the New Moon Festival and even hurt a few of our brothers. Thanks to Sir Aska, he was caught. Another silver-haired elf gritted his teeth. This guy must be severely punished. He disturbed the new moon festival and hurt the honorable elves. I suggest he be executed immediately. The half-elf showed grief and indignation. He struggled to say something, but he couldn't speak due to some kind of force. Chinrue noticed something was wrong. He thought about the situation where Blanche was discriminated against by the elves. His mind moved slightly, and an invisible force was secretly released. He had already unlocked the half-elf's words. "Figure, you shameless villain. You lost to me in archery. You said you would let me in. But you actually went back on your words." Aska, who was wearing chain armor, didn't expect the half-elf to break free from his restraints and speak. He frowned after hearing the content and glanced at Figure. Figure sneered. "There's no use in quibbling. You, a half-elf, sneaked into the New Moon Festival. You obviously have ulterior motives. It's my duty to catch you. Sir Aska, this is a special period for the New Moon Festival. We can't tolerate this kind of spy." Aska was still thinking, but he finally nodded when he heard the last sentence. "In the balance of the Moonlight Goddess, there is no distinction between nobility and inferiority. Whether the target is an elf or a half-elf, they should all have a fair heart. What do you think, Sir Aska?" It was not Chenrue who spoke, but Spang. His words attracted Aska's attention. He glanced at Span with a surprised expression. Figure didn't expect that the elf would speak for the half-elf. He shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you treat Sir Aska like this?" Before he finished, Aska's angry voice fell in Figure's ears like thunder. "Shut up!" Under the astonished gaze of all the elven guards, Aska strode to Span with an excited expression. He bowed deeply and said, "Your Highness." Chapter 1186. Aska's salute stunned all the guards, and what surprised the elves was how Aska addressed him. Royal Highness? To be addressed as Your Highness, and to be a male elf, there were only a few legendary hero kings. I actually scolded the elf king that even Her Majesty Elf Empress has to be courteous to? Ferger was dumbfounded. "Aska, we meet again." Span patted Aska's shoulder. "Your strength is about to enter the super rank. You should be a great commander now." "I'll always be a magic swordsman who follows Royal Highness." Aska used to be Span's sword guard, and Span even taught him swordsmanship. He once followed Span through the rebellion of the immortal capital of Silvermoon and went through life and death together. Now that he met his old boss and teacher again, he was extremely excited. Span looked at the elven guards who were in awe around him and said to the half-elf, "Although I don't have any special discrimination against half-elves, you are indeed not qualified to participate in the New Moon Festival. No matter what happened in the process, the elven guards are responsible for stopping you. However, I can give you a chance to explain only once." Although the half-elf was not familiar with the history of the elves, he had heard of the legend of the Elf King, so he vaguely guessed something. He quickly saluted. "Sir, this Ferger made a bet with me previously. He said that as long as I beat him in archery, he would let me enter the immortal capital of Silvermoon. However, after he lost to me, he didn't fulfill his promise and even framed me as a spy." "Nonsense. You can explain, but you only have one chance," Span said lightly. Ferger was just a demon emperor. Although Span didn't use his strength, he felt an invisible power. He suddenly broke out in cold sweat. "I'm one of the top saint-level magic archers in the tribe. If it wasn't for that despicable half-elf's conspiracy, how would I suddenly fail?" As soon as the sentence was said, Chinrue already knew. This Ferger clearly lost in archery, but not only did he not fulfill his promise, but he also retaliated. In other words, Ferger didn't take the half-elf seriously from the beginning. As a result, he unexpectedly failed, so he framed the half-elf as a spy out of anger and wanted to kill him. "Humph!" Lala Leah's contemptuous voice rang out. Being despised in public, Ferger was so embarrassed that his neck turned red. However, this little elf girl obviously had a special relationship with the Elven King, so he could only swallow the insult. This matter is already very clear. Span didn't even look at Figure. Aska's face darkened. He glared at Ferger and said, "When the New Moon Festival is over, go to the military judge and receive your punishment." Ferger didn't dare to say more. He bowed his head and retreated. Aska then looked at the half-elf and waved his hand. "Half-elf, you can leave now. If you have any business, wait until after the new moon sacrifice." The gnome tightly clenched her fists. "No, I have a reason to go." Aska narrowed his eyes and released a murderous aura. "I won't repeat myself. Half-elf, if you don't leave now, I won't show any mercy." The blood traces on the gnome's face glowed and her aura became stronger. She had already crossed a small realm and was obviously going to fight with her life on the line. However, Arkitha's strength had already reached the level of S+. Even if the gnome's strength increased to A+, there was no chance of winning. The gnome should also know this, but she still didn't back down. "Wait, Sir Aska. Please allow me to ask this gnome a few questions." Chinrue walked up. "You are?" Aska looked at Span with a questioning gaze. "He is my relative, and he has the right to ask." Span was referring to Chinrue's identity as the Elven King. Aska obviously couldn't guess that this unfamiliar elf was another Elven hero king. When he heard that it was Span's relative, he immediately became respectful and nodded. "What's your name?" "Tell us. I want to know why you insist on entering the Silver Moon Immortal Capital at this time. You should know that it's not wise to barge in at this time." Telos lowered his head and didn't answer. "If the reason is worthy of recognition, maybe I can help you." Chenrue suddenly said another sentence which made Aska frown suddenly. The gnome was shocked and looked up. Seeing that Chenrue didn't look down on him at all, he finally said the answer. "Altani is getting engaged today, but she doesn't love that elf." Chenrue had a look of understanding. "She loves you? She was forced by her family, and they even threatened to kill me. Even if I die, I must stop this engagement. She can leave me. Maybe she will find someone who loves her more and is more suitable for her in the future. But I won't allow her to be forced to marry a man she doesn't love." Before he finished, some of the elves started to laugh at him. "Altani and you love each other? That's ridiculous." "Not only ridiculous, but it's also crazy. Altani is the sister of Elder Cherapan and one of the most beautiful flowers of the elves. How could she like an ugly dark elf like you? Some things that look beautiful may not be as beautiful as they look." Chinrue said faintly. These words were harsh to the elf guards, but they didn't dare to say anything because of Span. "Tell us, are you sure about your judgment?" "I'm sure." Chenrue nodded. "Well, I also want to see the result of your confidence and courage. But are you willing to pay any price?" Telos' tone was firm. "I am willing." Arkith interrupted. "Wait a minute, sir. You can't bring a dark elf to the New Moon Festival, even if you are a relative of Royal Highness. Otherwise, please forgive me." Chinrue smiled faintly and said in Arkitha's heart with analytical eyes, "I don't want to make things difficult for you, loyal Sir Commander, although you are obviously partial to your own people. However, as far as I know, according to the rules of the elves, if he becomes my follower, there should be no problem." Since Chenrue was now an elf, it wasn't strange for Arkith to know this kind of mind language. He also said to Chenrue using the mind language, "Unless he has an identity like Royal Highness the Hero King. Otherwise, even if he becomes your follower, he is not qualified to enter. However, even if it's Royal Highness Span, this will be criticized. If you are really Royal Highness Span's nephew, you shouldn't put him in such a difficult situation." Chenrue didn't explain. He just took a few steps forward and looked into Arkitha's eyes. When Arkith was vigilant, he suddenly sensed a special breath. This breath was the fresh and pure power of nature. Just a glance made him feel like his soul was cleansed and his spirit was greatly refreshed. Archith's heart trembled. This power is actually the breath of nature became more and more intense. Archith was like a water droplet that returned to the sea. That feeling was unprecedentedly comfortable and intimate. His entire soul involuntarily had a strong attachment. Archith finally confirmed that it was the tree of nature. It really is the power of the holy tree. Although the holy tree was sealed by Span at the risk of his life, it hadn't completely gotten rid of the erosion of evil power for the past 20,000 years. Until a few years ago, a human came to the immortal capital of Silver Moon and destroyed the evil power, allowing the holy tree to truly be reborn. Under the instruction of the legendary prophet Elusir, the human temporarily took care of the tree of nature. This human was also the other elven hero king in 20,000 years after Span. This elf? No, he's not an elf. Previously, it was said that the holy tree would return to the immortal capital in 2 years, but perhaps for some special reason, the human didn't return as scheduled. Therefore, even if the elves didn't say it out loud, they had some criticism towards Queen Liv and the legendary prophet. Now, the tree of nature was finally going to return to the embrace of the moonlight goddess. While the great commander was excited, he finally understood why Span said that Chenrue has this qualification. He indeed has it. Without hesitation, Archith immediately bowed to Chenrue. Whether it was his identity or the tree of nature, he was worthy of such a big bow. Chenrue instructed Aska in soul language to report to Empress Liv, but don't disclose the news to others for the time being. Archith nodded and looked at the half-elf Tylos. You can go in with this lord now. The elves were shocked again. The great commander actually allowed the half-elf to enter the immortal capital during the new moon ceremony and was so respectful to this strange elf. His etiquette was not inferior to that of the elven king at all. Who exactly was this elf? Tylos was also very surprised, but he was more concerned about his lover in the immortal capital. It was definitely an unexpected surprise to be brought in by such a big figure. If he could really save his lover, it would be worth following him to repay the favor. Therefore, the half-elf immediately swore to follow him. Chenrue didn't ask for anything like a contract. He could see that Tylos was not lying. He just wanted to help this half-elf who was pursuing love. My lords, I'll go first. Archith bowed to Chenrue and Span, then rode on the silver Pegasus brought by the guards and left. Chenrue knew that Archith was going to report to Queen Liv, so he nodded to the crowd and said, Let's go too. The elves had basically confirmed Span's identity, and Chenrue must also be a big figure. Naturally, they didn't ask for registration, and all bowed respectfully. After passing through the port's checkpoint, some traces of the new moon sacrifice could be seen along the way. Colorful fluorescent lights floated in the fog-shrouded forest, faintly discernible. When the breeze blew, it would even produce pleasant music. The nearby vines seemed to have come to life, dancing along with the music. There were many other similar landscapes. The rarest thing was that these decorations or landscapes were integrated with nature, as if they were made by nature. It was truly admirable. So beautiful. Alice had never seen such a scene in the demon realm. Her big eyes were full of shining little stars. Chenrue nodded. From the perspective of appreciation, the elves were indeed unparalleled artists. A group of people appeared in front. Tylos had stayed in the Emerald Forest Sea for a while, so he recognized that it was the Royal Honor Guard of the elves. The Honor Guard played ethereal and elegant music, and some elves even danced lightly. It was the highest level of welcoming ceremony. A beautiful figure of an elf appeared at the back of the Royal Honor Guard. She was graceful and wore a crown on her head. It was the elf queen, Liv. Queen Liv walked to the front of Span and others and tilted her head slightly. Chenrue and Span also bowed. Welcome, your royal highnesses. Queen Liv's voice was still moving. Your royal highnesses. The shocked Tylos finally reacted. The elf that he temporarily followed was actually also a legendary hero king. Chapter 1187. After greeting each other, Queen Liv's eyes fell on Chinrue. Chinrue smiled. As you can see, Your Majesty Liv, this is just more convenient. Queen Liv nodded and said, Your Majesty, please follow me. Chinrue knew that Queen Liv must want to ask about the Tree of Nature, so he rolled his eyes. Your Majesty Liv, may I ask where Madame Chilanya is? Madame Chilanya? Queen Liv was startled. She is one of the hosts of the New Moon Festival and is at the scene of the ceremony. Does Your Majesty want to ask her to come and discuss with us? No, Your Majesty misunderstood me. It's just that I heard from His Highness Span that he wants to see her. Chilanya was at the top of Melia's blacklist. When Fairy Miss Long heard this name, her pointed elf ears suddenly stood up. Span didn't expect Chinrue to say this and glared at his son-in-law. Chinrue simply copied his father-in-law's secret technique of playing dumb and stared blankly at him. In fact, Span already understood his son-in-law's meaning. There were some things that his son-in-law would bear alone and didn't want him and Melia to get involved. The Elf King's father-in-law thought for a moment and finally nodded. Queen Liv thought for a moment and didn't force it. Your Highness Span, please help yourself. Chinrue looked at Rala and signaled Fairy Miss Long to take care of the half-elf when necessary. Rala nodded slightly. She and Chinrue were telepathically connected. Sometimes they didn't even need to use telepathy to understand each other's meaning with just a look. Well, you can go have a private meeting with this elf beauty. We're going to participate in the New Moon Festival. Be careful and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will report you to Athena and the others. Ho ho ho. Lala pulled Rala and Alice and walked to the other side. Half-elf Tylos, who was following behind, broke out in a cold sweat. There was probably only one elf in history who dared to call the Elven Empress Little Beauty and say such strange words to her face. Even the Elven King was not as bold as her. Chinrue could only smile bitterly and apologetically say to Queen Liv, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please ignore that nonsense. She's used to running amok. She's only been in Ryuzaku for a few days, but she's already turned the world upside down. When she left, almost all the dragons were beating gongs and drums, rejoicing that the scourge had left. Originally, Queen Liv was a little unhappy, but when she heard Chinrue's words, she asked in surprise, She is the future dragon emperor of another world. Chinrue shook his head and mourned for the future of the Dragon Island. Another world. Queen Liv's gaze became a little deeper. How many of those who came with you and His Highness are real elves? If Your Majesty is referring to real elves, then there's only His Highness. Chinrue chuckled. I have no intention of offending the elves. It's just that my friend wanted to see the New Moon Festival of the Immortal Capital. As the two of them chatted, they entered a palace. Queen Liv waved her hand, and all the attendants and guards retreated out of the hall. Your Highness, please take a seat. Queen Liv sat down. First of all, I would like to thank Your Highness for taking care of the Tree of Nature these past few years. Chinrue observed her expression and asked, Does Your Majesty need me to explain why the Tree of Nature did not return after the deadline? I received the answer from Lady Alusil early in the morning. Although the prophet did not specifically state the reason, as the Elven Empress, I choose to believe in Lady Alusil's judgment, even if the fate of the Elven race is in the hands of a human. Lord Alusil is the guide of the elves and the supreme teacher of all elves. With his help, the elves have survived countless terrible crises over the years and have flourished to this day. Queen Liv's calm tone revealed unhesitant determination. Although many elves, including myself, still do not understand the prophet's intentions, no one has openly raised any objections. Furthermore, Your Highness is not an ordinary human. To be able to escape from the hands of the three supreme angels, Raphael, I am very glad that such a demigod powerhouse is the hero king of the elves and not an enemy. It seems that Lady Chilanya has already reported to your majesty what happened during the conferring ceremony of the Holy Son of the Holy Mountain of Light. Please rest assured, your highness. Apart from Lady Alusal, Lady Chilanya, and myself, no one else knows. Rest assured? Chenrue shook his head. It's just a little. All right, let's not talk about it. Of course. Queen Liv did not want to expose Chenrue's relationship with the elves, lest it attract the vengeance of the Holy Mountain of Light. Even with the prophet of unknown strength, Alusal was no match for the three supreme angels. However, the Elven Empress did not know that she only knew of Chenrue's strength from a few years ago. Now, the Hero King's personal strength and the power he had was enough to contend against all three supreme angels. Of course, Chenrue did not explain too much. After some thought, he released a wisp of the Tree of Nature's aura. Then, do you need me to return the holy tree to the elves? That's great. I never expected the Tree of Nature's aura to reach such a level in just a few years. As expected of your highness, the Hero King. Queen Liv revealed a look of pleasant surprise before frowning again. It's just that Lady Alysier once told me that now isn't the right time to return the holy tree. Your highness's visit. I'm here for two matters. Chenrue went straight to the point and said his intention. The first thing is that I need 5 rainbow calla lilies and 1 ice Ganoderma. Your Majesty, please help me. The second thing is that I want to see Sir Lucier again. Queen Liv pondered for a moment and answered, although the rainbow calla lotuses are rare, they are available in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital's secret vault. I will get someone to choose 5 of the best ones, but the ice zoysia, is there any difficulty with the ice zoysia? The ice zoysia has a special barrier and restorative powers. Compared to the rainbow calla lotuses, it is not particularly rare. There were quite a few of them in the jadeite forest sea. However, in the past 20,000 years, in order to seal the holy tree that had been infected by the power of the abyss, the ice zoysia in the jadeite forest sea had been harvested by the elves. They were used to strengthen the Trent's sealing barrier. Only Lady Alysal's illusory forest has one. It is also the only one known in the entire jadeite forest sea. This ice zoysia is not simple. It is nearly 30,000 years old and is Alysal's most precious treasure. However, Lady Alysal has just sealed the illusory forest sea and announced that she will not meet any guests. Chenrue frowned and said, Not meet any guests? I'm not considered a guest. Could it be that this title of Elven King is just an empty title with no practical value? Your Highness, you have misunderstood. Even Lady Alysal's only disciple and only daughter, Chilanya, is not allowed to meet him. If I can't meet Alysal, I naturally don't have to follow the request that he asked Finoa to pass on. I will now return the Tree of Nature to the elves. In the future, I will no longer have anything to do with the jadeite forest sea. To Chenrue, the ice zoysia was a must-have. He also had to meet Alysal to solve the mystery of that person and get rid of the hidden danger in his body as soon as possible. However, to threaten the Elven Queen with the return of the Tree of Nature, Chenrue could not help but feel that it was absurd. To all the elves in the immortal capital, returning to the protection of the Tree of Nature is the greatest hope. But Queen Liv was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how to describe my current feelings. Actually, Lady Alysal has also instructed that if there are any irresistible factors, those who wish to meet him can attempt to directly enter the illusory forest sea. Directly enter? Understood. Chenrue narrowed his eyes and said, Right, I have another question. What is Lady Alysal's level of strength? The prophet's strength is a secret. I only know that when the Tree of Nature was infected 20,000 years ago, the 3 supreme angels had wanted to destroy the Tree of Nature to prevent future troubles, but they gave up on the idea after the prophet stopped them. The 3 supreme angels gave up on the idea. Chenrue secretly pondered for a while, then nodded and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Highness is too polite. I will now send someone to open the secret vault to retrieve the rainbow Calla lotus. As the secret vault's protection has been completely shut down before the New Moon Festival, it will take some time to reopen it. Your Highness may wish to visit the elves' New Moon Festival first. Chinrue shrugged and deliberately said, "Didn't they say that only invited special guests can participate? So I was forced to transform into an elf." Queen Liv smiled meaningfully and said, "Although your Highness is a human, you are also the hero king of the elves and are respected by all the elves. There is no need for any invitation. Even if your other 3 companions were brought by His Highness Span, then what about the half-elves? Isn't your Highness exercising the privilege of the Elf King?" At that time, perhaps I found a little sense of existence as the so-called hero king of the elves. Chinrue took a deep breath and said, "As for helping Tylos, it was only because I suddenly remembered a certain half-elf friend who is no longer here. Blanche, if he could do it all over again, Chinrue would definitely choose to leave the Silver Moon immortal capital with her, so that the tragedy that followed would not happen." Queen Liv, of course, knew who the half-elf friend Chinrue was talking about was. She sighed. Another thing that made the Hero King feel of existence happened in Yagda's Mage Tower Forest. I killed Elder Hero and his half-elf illegitimate son, Rialdo, in front of the elven elder Dulce. I believe your majesty already knows about this. Chinrue looked up at the bright sky and said, "Before I did it, I said a few words. I may be weak, poor, low in status, or ugly, but in the face of life, you and I are equal. I am not despicable, and you are not noble. When you think you are noble, in fact, you are the most despicable existence." Queen Liv wanted to say something, but when she heard this, she suddenly fell silent. Helping the half-elves today, including killing Hero and Lildo at that time, I don't think I'm abusing the privilege of the Elf's Hero King, but I'm fulfilling the obligation that this honor should fulfill. Chinrue took a deep look at Empress Liv. Without saying anything more, he walked straight out of the hall. Chapter 1188. Immortal Capital of Silver Moon. Everywhere was brimming with a celebratory atmosphere. Pleasant music and laughter could be heard from time to time, bringing more vitality to the quiet forest. The New Moon Festival was somewhat similar to a trade fair. There were all kinds of venues everywhere, such as music, sword dance, item trading, writing competitions, and so on. However, apart from the core ceremony, there were also several special venues for archery and writing competitions. The rest of the areas were spontaneous gatherings. For example, elves who liked music would gather under a big tree and listen to an elf's performance or singing. Those who liked music would stay and listen, and those who didn't could leave. Even without an audience, the performing elves would still indulge in themselves. There were many such small circles. Elves who wanted to trade items would put their items on a table. Elves who liked to trade items or coins could put on the table. As long as both sides nodded, they could take away the item they liked. There was no haggling. If they were not satisfied, they could put it on the table again. If the transaction failed, they could leave silently. The whole New Moon Festival was very lively, but it didn't seem noisy. One of the elders who presided over the New Moon Festival, Chilanya, strolled around various gathering places and venues. Along the way, elves would salute her from time to time. Chilanya, who seemed to be casually patrolling everywhere, was actually looking left and right, looking for something. After hearing the news that a certain elf king had returned to the immortal capital from the great commander Aska, Chilanya's heart began to beat faster. Aska also said that when someone was talking to Queen Liv, they mentioned that His Highness Span said he wanted to see her. With just this sentence, before Aska could say anything else, Chilanya had already hurriedly walked out and began to patrol. Although that man didn't choose her, but another woman of another race, Chilanya's heart had always been filled with that person's shadow. Even if she turned her yearning into cultivation and learning, she still couldn't completely abandon him. Finally, Chi Lanya found that person in a gathering area for item trading. Like many powerful elves, age didn't leave any trace on that handsome face. Instead, the aura between his eyebrows seemed more mature and condensed. His slightly melancholic eyes added a bit of masculine charm. This temperament was something that young boys couldn't fake, no matter how hard they tried. Chi Lanya saw Span at first glance. However, the joy and expectation in her eyes instantly turned into melancholy. Beside Span, there was a beautiful female elf who was intimately holding his arm and walking shoulder to shoulder. Span also intimately patted that female elf's face, and the female elf smiled happily. Chi Lanya could clearly see that the female elf was holding an exquisite gem flower in her hand. Span must have gotten it from the elf who set up the stall and gave it to that female elf. Originally, Chi Lanya had rushed over to coincidentally meet Span. In fact, she didn't expect anything to happen. She just wanted to meet him, even if it was just a few insignificant words, and then brush past him. However, when Chi Lanya saw that there was actually a female elf besides Span who was so intimate with him, an indescribable fire suddenly surged in her heart. She couldn't care less about pretending to have met by chance as she directly strode forward. That furious look of hers scared the elves who were planning to salute along the way. They all secretly wondered which blind elf dared to cause trouble in the new moon ceremony and infuriated the Lord Elder so much. Span had already sensed that someone was hurriedly walking over from the side. He turned around and was startled to find that it was actually Chi Lanya. Chi Lanya was the daughter of the highest teacher of the elven race, Alusir. She was also a companion who had experienced countless battles and adventures with him. The elves were very sensitive to emotions. Chi Lanya, including Chi Lanya's sister, the former elf empress Belisme, Span had always been very clear about their feelings. They were good sisters, good comrades, and good friends, but he just couldn't find the feeling of a lover until he met Marilla. 20,000 years ago, the elves encountered an abyss crisis. Span risked his life to rescue the Chi Lanya sisters from the hands of Ivrit. He didn't hesitate to use his life as the price to seal the tree of nature. If it wasn't for Marilla using a secret technique to give him half of her life, she would have already died. At that time, Belisme was already seriously injured and died of depression soon after. Span was very clear that part of this was also because of him. He felt that he had let down the Chi Lanya sisters, so he mostly lived with Marilla in Ryuzuka these years and rarely returned to the Jadeite Forest. Now that he saw Chi Lanya again, Span's heart felt a little complicated, but more than that, it was the joy of reuniting with an old friend. However, what surprised him was that Chi Lanya's expression was unexpectedly gloomy. "My lord, long time no see." Chi Lanya walked in front of Span and slightly lowered her head. This kind of etiquette and address made Span's hair stand on end for some unknown reason, so he had no choice but to return the courtesy. Chi Lanya looked at the female elf, who was still holding Span's arm, and an electric light flashed in her eyes. In particular, her eyebrows slightly twitched. According to Span's understanding of her, this indicated that she was already extremely angry. Chi Lanya's murderous eyes glanced at the surrounding elves. That kind of imposing manner was quite similar to "the Axe Gang is handling a matter. Those who have nothing to do, quickly leave." This elf elder's accumulated prestige among the elves was not a joke. In the blink of an eye, all the elves in her line of sight, including those who had set up stalls, had left. After the idlers had left, Chi Lanya's gaze once again fell on Span. The moment she opened her mouth, she launched an attack. "Who is she?" This kind of gloomy and cold tone finally made Span react. So it was because of this. Without waiting for His Royal Highness the Elf King to answer, the Lord Elder's anger had already erupted like a barrage of cannons. "I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Didn't you say that your heart could no longer contain a second person? Are you worthy of Maria? Are you worthy of my sister Belisme?" Lanya was just short of saying, "Are you worthy of me?" Span was momentarily stunned by this kind of continuous bombardment. At the side, Rala had already helped her father say, "What?" This sentence almost completely ignited Lanya. When she was on the verge of exploding, Span said, "Stop fooling around, Rala. You should call Lanya, Aunt." Rala, the burning Lanya suddenly extinguished. Of course, she knew who Rala was and was immediately stunned. Seeing Lanya's dumbfounded look, Span secretly heaved a sigh of relief. You should have met her before. Lanya's face was burning. She and Rala had not only met, but also had many interactions. Rala's appearance was clearly that of an elf who had followed her father to participate in the New Moon Festival. No wonder Span was so affectionate to the female elf before. He was a kind father and a filial daughter, okay? Rala called Aunt Lanya. The elf elder did not have the slightest imposing manner from before. She just nodded in a panic. Even her neck was red. Span shook his head, intending to help her get rid of the embarrassment. He said to Rala, "I haven't seen Lanya for a long time. Let's just chat here. You go to Lolly and Alice." Chat. Fairy Miss Long looked at her father and Lanya with a scrutinizing gaze. Lanya was at the top of Maria's blacklist, and her father actually wanted to be alone with her? Span could only smile bitterly. Rala thought for a while, gave her father a warning look, then turned around and left. On the other side of the archery field, Lolly pulled her bow and shot a round target 50 meters away. She looked at the envious Alice with a smug expression. Alice had shot 10 arrows in a row just now, and all of them missed the target without exception. Lolly's eyesight and control were much stronger than Alice's. Although the first 2 arrows missed the target, she had already hit the edge of the target when she was preparing to shoot the 3rd arrow. The distance of 50 meters was not close. For Lolly, who was playing archery for the first time, it was indeed not bad to have such a result with 3 arrows. While Lala was feeling proud of herself, she suddenly realized that many elves had gathered around her. There weren't so many people when Alice missed the target with 10 arrows. However, when Lala started shooting, the elves had surrounded her. At the same time, Lolly noticed that the elves' gazes were different. Some were despising, some were sighing, but most of them were pitying her. Alice saw that the atmosphere was not right, so she cleverly slipped away first. The surrounding people started discussing in a low voice. Which family is this child from? Her archery skills are actually so bad. Maybe it's because she's still young. When I was her age, my arrows were already very close to the bullseye. Did she lose her parents when she was young? No one to teach her. Lolly did not expect her proud work to be so despised. Just as she was about to flare up, she saw a female elf walking up to her. "Little girl, don't worry. Let me teach you." Little girl. Lilaria was furious. "I'm much older than you short-lived elves." "Humph. Do you think we—" When Lolly's gaze fell on the female elf, she could not look away. The female elf was very beautiful. Even among the elves that were full of handsome men and beautiful women, she stood out. "Sister." Lolly quickly threw away her moral integrity and hugged the female elf's slender waist. The female elf instinctively felt motherly when she was hugged by Lolly. She gently stroked Lolly's hair. "What's your name?" "Little girl." "My name is Lolly." Lolly, who easily got away with her trick, happily buried her head in the pair of exquisite peaks on the female elf's chest. The female elf only thought that the little elf girl was moved. She did not expect that the little elf girl was actually a female pervert of dragons in elven skin. She smiled and said, "My name is Altani. Let's go over there. Sister will teach you how to shoot arrows." "Altani?" Lolly was stunned. "That name sounds familiar." "That's right. It's that dark elf from before. Anyway, that dark elf is long gone. Such a beauty. I'll take advantage of it. I'll fight whoever snatches her. That human is no exception." "Oh, ho, 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 ho." On the other side, Alice, who had successfully escaped, did not stay to wait for Lolly. Anyway, with Lolly's strength, there should not be too much danger here. It's better to look for her brother. Just now, she deliberately separated Lolly from Pan and his daughter. Alice already had such a premeditated plan. She wanted to date her brother alone. As she was looking, Alice was attracted by a performance at the side. Under a big tree, a male elf and a group of goldfinches were performing, which attracted the applause of many children. Goldfinches were a kind of docile bird. They were about the size of a fist and had a chubby body. Their whole body was covered in fluff, and their wings were very small. When they fluttered in the air, they looked like a ball of fur. They cooperated with the music of the elf and made all kinds of charmingly naive movements. Wow, it's so cute! Girls had no immunity to this kind of animal, and Alice was immediately attracted. Yeah. An elf girl at the side also agreed. This was a girl with a similar figure to Alice. She had pointed ears, green curly hair, delicate and cute facial features. Her big eyes stared at the goldfinches and said, "I really want to touch them." Alice also wanted to touch those cute fluffy birds, so she quickly nodded. "You want it too? Let's go together." The elf girl's eyes lit up, but her face became bitter again. "But that person definitely won't allow us to touch them." Alice thought for a while and whispered a few words to the elf girl. The elf girl's eyes lit up even more. The two Lolis looked at each other and revealed a naughty smile. Chapter 1189. After the commotion at the Golden Velvet Sparrow's performance venue, the performing elf left dejectedly. After a gust of wind, the elf suddenly felt a strange itch on his body. He couldn't help but scratch his itch, causing the music to go out of tune. The Golden Velvet Sparrow was originally a pet controlled by the elf. Under the direction of the music, it flew around randomly and was instantly in a mess. Fortunately, the two kind elf girls helped him catch the Golden Velvet Sparrow. After a while, the itch slowly subsided. The elf naturally didn't have the face to stay there to perform. He thanked the two Lolis and hurriedly left with the Golden Velvet Sparrow. Just now it felt good, right? Alice chuckled. Yes. The elf girl with green curly hair quickly nodded and said with a face full of admiration, "You're amazing. What was that powder made of?" "I felt the scent of a plant, but it's a plant I've never seen before." Alice took out a small bottle. "This is itching powder. I bought it from Leah, a very remote place. I only used a small amount just now, or else he would have been itching for a long time. If you like it, I'll give it to you, but be careful when using it. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the wind you created, we wouldn't have succeeded." "Wow, thank you." The green-haired Lolis took the small bottle and hesitated before saying her real name. "I'm Michelle. What about you?" "I'm Alice." Michelle saw that Alice didn't have any special reaction to her real name and was still so casual. This made the little elf princess overjoyed. The more the two Lolis chatted, the more they felt like they were on good terms. Alice had almost no friends in the Dark Moon Estate at first, but she slowly gained a few friends later on. On the other hand, besides Blanche and Richard, who had disappeared, Michelle had almost no real friends. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight and had chatted for more than an hour. "Wow, this is the first time I've eaten this kind of green cake. You actually made it yourself. It's so delicious." Alice took big bites of the snacks that Michelle took out from her space ring. "The pudding you made is delicious too." Michelle also dug into the dessert that Alice had given her. "You're amazing too." "Haha, looks like we're both foodies." Alice laughed and held Michelle's hand. "Then, I officially announce that we're partners from now on." This was the first time Michelle had heard of this term. "Partner?" "Friends who work well together," Alice said proudly. "This is a new phrase my brother taught me. In the future, we can make delicious food together, go on a picnic together, put itching powder together, touch golden velvet sparrows together." Michelle was pleasantly surprised and nodded furiously. "Yes, we're partners." Alice didn't know that her new partner was the little princess of the elves, and Michelle didn't know that her elf friend in front of her was actually the little princess of the demon world. Unbeknownst to the two little princesses became good friends at first sight. After eating a large amount of food as they chatted, Michelle rubbed her slightly round tummy and said, "Alice, let's go to the riding arena, okay? I have a friend waiting for me there." "Sure." Just as Alice replied, she heard a familiar voice from the side. "Alice? Brother." Alice jumped in joy. She had just met a good friend, and her brother had already appeared in front of her. She was truly blessed by the demon gods. Seeing Alice leap up and hang onto the neck of the elf, Michelle couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. So this was the brother that Alice kept mentioning, the one she liked and was very powerful. Michelle didn't have an older brother. She only had an older sister who had fought with her since she was young. She couldn't possibly do something so exaggerated in public that went against royal etiquette. She even had to change some of her habits that she thought were unsuitable for her status as a princess. Chinrue was used to Alice's jumping around, so he didn't think much of it. He hugged Alice and spun around. When he put her down, he unexpectedly saw the elf girl who had her back to him. He blurted out, "Michelle?" Michelle was the princess of the elves, so it wasn't strange for an adult elf like Alice's brother to recognize her. What surprised her was that Chinrue didn't bow in a reserved manner, nor did he address her as "Your Highness." He only gave a simple smile. It was as if they were old friends, making her feel warm and at ease. Alice asked curiously, "Brother, how do you know Michelle?" "Haha, it's a secret." Seeing Alice puff up her face in anger, Chinrue grinned as he flattened the bun. This intimate action made Michelle feel even more envious. "Brother, Michelle and I are going to the equestrian arena to find another friend. Let's go together." Chinrue nodded and led the two Lolas to the equestrian arena. Originally, it was just him holding Alice's hand, and Alice holding Michelle's hand. But then, when Alice saw the envy in her friend's eyes, Chinrue became holding one Lolas in each hand. The equestrian arena was a special area. All the participants and their mounts were suppressed to the same level, so they could only rely on their equestrian skills and compatibility with their mounts to win. It's called White Wind. Before today, it was my only remaining friend. It turned out that the friend Michelle was talking about was a pure white unicorn. Unicorn. Alice looked at the unicorn curiously. Chinrue had once said that this type of magical beast was very rare. Furthermore, it had strong legs, comparable to the nightmare beasts of the demon realm. The unicorn seemed to have sensed that this golden-haired elf girl had an aura that was different from a normal elf's. It raised its hooves, looking extremely hostile. Michelle hurriedly stood in front of Alice. "White Wind, this is my new friend, Alice. You two have to get along well in the future." The unicorn was an extremely intelligent creature. It did not blindly listen to Michelle's words. Instead, it thought that she had been bewitched by the enemy and became even more vicious. Alice was afraid. She leaned tightly against Chinrue, not daring to move. At this moment, White Wind had already walked past Michelle and arrived in front of Chinrue and Alice. The unicorn had originally been targeted at the suspected enemy, Alice. However, when it neared Chinrue, its eyes suddenly revealed a look of doubt. It hesitantly looked at this elf. Chinrue slowly extended his hand. White Wind felt a familiar aura. Its nose twitched, and it finally confirmed something. It immediately became excited and snorted. Then it voluntarily moved forward, allowing that hand to touch its face. Michelle was stunned, and the surrounding elves all looked over. White Wind was a well-known troublemaker in the Jadeite Forest Sea. Other than the little princess, no other elf could get close to it. Why was it so docile now? "Brother." Alice looked at Chinrue and White Wind being so intimate. She wanted to touch the unicorn, but she was afraid of being attacked. "Don't be afraid. Give this to White Wind." Chinrue stuffed a fruit into Alice's hand. White Wind already knew, through their telepathic connection, that this girl who was not an elf was Chunrue's relative, and that the spirit fruit was its favorite delicacy. It immediately turned its head and took the fruit that Alice had mustered her courage to pass to its mouth. Munching on it, Alice gathered her courage and touched the unicorn. Seeing that it did not resist, she was overjoyed. With Chunrue's help, she climbed onto White Wind's back. White Wind did not resist. Instead, it seemed to be very happy. It started galloping around the riding arena. This scene caused the surrounding elves to be shocked once again. This obedient horse that had been easily tricked by a fruit was still the ferocious unicorn that it usually was? You are. Michelle looked at the spirit fruit. She finally knew who this Brother Alice was. No wonder White Wind was so docile. Chunrue smiled at Michelle. It's a little late to say this, but I still have to say it. We meet again, my friend Michelle. Back then, he had not dared to acknowledge her because he had offended the Church of Light. He was afraid that he would implicate his friend. However, with Chunrue's current strength, he could already fight against the three angels. He did not have to worry about many things like he did back then. The elf girl pounced into Chunrue's embrace with red eyes. Richard, woo! The surrounding elves were speechless. Not only had the unicorn been abducted by this unfamiliar elf, but the little princess had also been taken. After a long time, Michelle finally calmed down. She raised her head. Can I call you brother like Alice? Of course. I am very happy to have such an adorable sister. Chunrue stroked Michelle's hair. He could clearly feel the pure and flawless emotions of the elf girl. He was very lucky to have such a sister. At this moment, the sound of a horn rang out. The elf girl wiped the tears of joy from the corner of her eyes. She looked at White Wind, who had just returned from a lap. She waved her hand and said, Alice, the riding competition is about to begin. There will be a lot of prizes later. Let's register together. Not long after, the riding competition began. Seeing the two excited Lolas on the back of the galloping white unicorn, Chunrue could not help but smile. At this moment, his ears suddenly twitched, and he turned his head to look in a direction in the distance. That should be where the archery field was located. The competition at the racetrack required one to pass through all sorts of magical obstacles. With their abilities suppressed, even White Wind would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. Chunrue thought for a moment, then activated the telepathic communication with Alice. He called out to her and walked towards the archery field. The reason Chunrue walked towards the archery field was because he sensed that the two link bearers had appeared there. At the same time, a large number of elves had gathered there. He did not know if it was because of Lala or Rala, so he decided to go and take a look. When he arrived at the archery field, Chunrue saw Rala and Lala as expected. However, the focus of the swarming elves was not them, but two other people. Two people were competing in archery. One was a handsome, silver-haired male elf, and the other was Chunrue's new half-elf follower, Tylos. Chapter 1190. Lord Pangluo, do your best. Defeat this ugly half-elf. This lowly bastard dares to lust after Altani's beauty. He even dares to challenge her to a duel. Make him lose his life. Almost all the cheers were for the half-elf's opponent, the elf named Pompey. Chunrue walked to Rala's side. Fairy Miss Long noticed his arrival, smiled, and took the initiative to shake his hand. This action caused many male elves who were attracted by Rala's beauty to show sad expressions. Chunrue learned from Rala that his new half-elf follower disappeared after entering the Silver Moon Immortal City, and when she reappeared, she unexpectedly became the protagonist of a big event. The events were just like in many novels. The male and female protagonists were a couple in love, but due to the strong opposition of the female's family, they were forced to separate. The female protagonist was forced to marry a man she didn't like, and in the end, the male protagonist appeared at the wedding. Most of the endings in novels were happy. Comedies were always easier to accept than tragedies, but reality was cruel. After the half-elf found his lover Altani, he didn't even get to say a few words before he was discovered by Pang Luo, who had been secretly following Altani. Pang Luo was Altani's betrothal partner. Seeing that his fiancée was unrepentant and was still with that lowly and ugly half-elf, he was naturally furious and wanted nothing more than to cut his rival in love into 1,000 pieces. Pang Luo didn't directly make a move. Instead, he called over the elven guards who were maintaining order and a large number of elves who were participating in the New Moon Festival. In an instant, this half-elf who sneaked in and tainted the New Moon Festival became everyone's public enemy. This was Pang Luo's brilliance. This love rival's identity was too special. He didn't even need to do anything himself. The half-elf would be killed by the angry elves. Even if Altani risked her life to protect him, it would be useless. Just when Pang Luo thought that his plan was successful, an unremarkable supporting character turned the whole situation around. That was the little elf girl beside Altani. Pang Luo knew who this little girl was. Altani had met this little girl in the archery arena. The little girl's archery skills were terrible, and she was almost a disgrace to the elves. Altani had only kindly comforted and taught the little girl some archery tricks. The little girl seemed to like Altani very much and was always by her side. Even when Altani met Tylos, she refused to leave. However, it was exactly such a weak girl who burst out with a terrifying aura that made all the elf guards tremble. No one dared to take a step forward, and the situation was in a stalemate for a while. This matter alarmed Altani's older brother, the elf elder Cherapan. Altani's parents had died when she was young, and it was Cherapan who had raised her single-handedly. Pang Luo's father, another elder, Farl, was also here. Altani naturally didn't want her new best friend, Lilia, to hurt her dearest brother, and she didn't want to drag Lilia down. However, Altani knew that this was the last chance for her and Tylos. If she missed it, she would marry that annoying Pang Luo, and Tylos would most likely be killed. So, Altani made up her mind and threatened her angry brother with her life. She swore to the Moonlight Goddess and proposed a bet. She would let Tylos and Pang Luo compete in archery, and the wager would be herself. Archery was the most common and favorite competition among the elves. Pang Luo was the #1 archer in the Magic Archer Corps, and his archery skills were almost invincible among those of the same level. Even if it was just for the face of the #1 archer, he wouldn't refuse this bet. So, the archery competition between the two rivals began, which attracted a large number of elves to watch. Except for Altani, almost every elf was cheering for Pang Luo. The archery arena was similar to the equestrian arena. It was a large open field similar to a track field, surrounded by spectator stands. There was a special barrier inside, and the strength of the competitors was limited to the same height. The official rules of the archery competition were from easy to difficult. The first round was the beginner round. The rules were very simple. The winner would be decided by 10 arrows. Within 5 seconds, the one who could shoot 10 arrows and hit more targets would be the winner. This was not the practice targets that Lilia used to shoot. Not only were the targets very small, but the distance was at least twice as far. The most difficult part was that these were not fixed targets, but moving targets. All the targets that appeared were moving irregularly. Some flew from bottom to top, some swayed left and right, and some glided in arcs like birds. Pang Luo and Tylos walked up to the arena with bows and arrows in their hands. Pang Luo was indeed the #1 archer in the Magic Archer Corps. As soon as he walked up, the anger and jealousy in his eyes disappeared, and all that was left was the moving targets in the distance. The same was true for Tylos. When the hourglass of the competition turned, the two of them did not rush to shoot first. Instead, they quietly looked at the targets. 1 second, 2 seconds, and on the 3rd second, the two of them shot at the same time. The elves with ordinary strength could hardly see the movements of the two of them. They could only see the falling targets in the distance. 5 seconds passed quickly, and the 10 arrows in their quivers were all shot. The results came out very quickly. Pang Luo, 20 targets. Tylos, 20 targets. The elves were in an uproar. The half-elf's results were actually on par with the number 1 archer, Pang Luo. What did 20 targets mean? Within 3 seconds, the two of them had shot down 2 targets with each arrow. Some might be penetrative, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Some might be caused by impact, but no matter what it was, it required keen observation, accurate calculation, and extraordinary archery. In the first 2 seconds, both of them were preparing. Not only were they adjusting their state, but they were also sensing the targets. Although the trajectories of the targets were changing in general, there was a special frequency or rhythm. It was precisely because they grasped this rhythm that they could achieve such incredible results. The elves were not particularly surprised that Pang Luo had such archery skills, but the half-elf with only half or less elven blood could also do this. It was really beyond the expectations of many elves. Pang Luo's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Don't be too happy too early. Even if there's no winner in this round, you won't get lucky in the next intermediate round. Tylos ignored Pang Luo and just looked at Altani, who was outside the arena with a face full of concern. The two of them looked at each other, and the words they exchanged spoke louder than 1,000 words. Seeing this, Pang Luo's face turned even uglier. According to the rules, if there was no winner in the first round, there would be a second intermediate round. The rules of the intermediate round were to fight against magical beasts of the same strength as themselves. This kind of magical beast had almost completely realistic combat awareness. It was definitely not a standing target, and it would launch fierce attacks. This meant that when shooting an arrow, one would have to dodge an attack of similar strength, which was several times more difficult than shooting while standing. The time limit for this round was 5 minutes, and the same 10 arrows were used. Whoever used the least arrows to kill a magical beast in 5 minutes would be the winner. In other words, the result of killing a magical beast in 4 minutes or 3 minutes would be the same. If the former used 3 arrows and the latter used 4, the former would win. Of course, if the magical beast could not be killed or defeated within 5 minutes, it would be directly disqualified. The opponent's magical beast was randomly chosen by drawing lots. Pang Luo drew a large but relatively slow fire snake, while Tylo's luck was a little worse, and he drew a wind leopard which had a talent for speed. After drawing lots, both sides entered the arena. The barrier began to automatically generate enemies, and the time to finish generating began. Just like in the preliminary round, facing fierce magical beasts of the same strength, Pang Luo and Tylos did not rush to shoot. Instead, they dodged the attacks while observing the enemy. Chen Rue, who was watching the battle, nodded secretly. If the previous round was a competition of hand speed and accuracy, then this round was a competition of patience and the ability to seize opportunities. It was obviously not the first time Pang Luo had faced a fire snake, and he was very familiar with the attack habits of this magical beast. After figuring out some of the fire snake's patterns, he nimbly dodged the flames that the fire snake spat out, and then shot an arrow the moment the fire snake's flame power stagnated. This arrow, with a whistling electric light, penetrated the fire snake's pupil horizontally and actually rushed out of the other pupil. The fire snake howled in pain and rolled around, and finally it gradually lost its strength and disappeared from the arena. The whole process took 3 minutes, and the surrounding elves were amazed by the success of one arrow. In contrast, Tylos, who was on the other side, was in a difficult situation. For combat types like elves, the extremely agile wind leopard was their nemesis, and the difficulty of fighting it head-on was much higher than the fire snake. Pang Luo killing the fire snake with one arrow was already the best result. Unless Tylos also killed the wind leopard with one arrow, there would be no suspense until the next round. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. Under the crazy and high-speed close-range attacks of the wind leopard, Tylos already had many wounds on his body and could not launch a counterattack at all. The contestants within the barrier were protected, and they would not really die. However, after leaving the battlefield, the damage would be reflected to the body and spirit in a certain proportion. Time passed, and soon 5 minutes were almost up. After missing its attack, the winged leopard's body glowed with a faint green light. With the blessing of its talent, its speed soared again, and it made an incredible turn in the air, biting towards Tylos. Although she knew that it would not really die, this scene still made Altany cover her mouth in fear. The winged leopard's confident attack actually missed. It turned out that Tylos was actually an illusion. At the same time, a red light flashed into the winged leopard's open mouth. As if it was struck by lightning, the winged leopard fell straight from the sky and disappeared. Tylos panted slightly, and the light from the blood-red mageweth on his face gradually disappeared. Chinrue could see that the half-elf must have used the power of the mageweth to create an illusion, and finally killed the troublesome enemy with one arrow at the critical moment. At this time, the 5 minutes had just ended. Although Tylos had finished his battle early, according to the rules, this battle was still a tie. 2 battles, 2 draws. The elves were all knowledgeable people, and they already knew that this half-elf's archery was not inferior to Pang Luo's. Many elves revealed looks of jealousy. Although the first 2 battles were a tie, Tylos's energy consumption was obviously higher than Pang Luo's, and he had also received a certain amount of damage due to the feedback of the barrier. This way, the following battles would inevitably be affected. Chinrue held Rala's hand and watched the battle between Tylos and Pang Luo from afar. He did not help. Just as he said, he wanted to personally see the result of the half-elf's confidence and courage. Although the atmosphere was not good for the half-elves, this duel was still considered fair, and it was Tylos's own battle. The 3rd round was a high-level competition. Unlike the first 2, there would definitely not be a tie, because the rules this time were archery. Chapter 1191. Big Brother. Chinrue turned around and saw Alice and Michelle walking over. Alice was still holding on to Baifeng, and the surrounding elves all retreated. At the same time, they looked in shock at the unfamiliar elf girl who could control Baifeng. Big Brother. Michelle excitedly walked in front of Chinrue and said, Alice and I got first place in the riding competition. Look, this is our prize. With Baifeng's strength, it was reasonable for him to get first place. Chinrue laughed and gave Michelle and Alice a thumbs up. You guys are really amazing. Alice and Michelle happily high-fived each other. Chinrue looked at the unicorn, who was trying to please him, and threw out a spirit fruit. Baifeng made a difficult jump on the stairs and happily chewed on the spirit fruit. Afterwards, Chinrue introduced Michelle to Rala. Rala could clearly feel that the elf girl treated Chinrue like a sister. Since she was his sister-in-law and not his sister, her attitude towards him as sister-in-law was naturally much more intimate. At this time, more and more people had gathered in the archery field. Many elves had heard the news that the #1 archer of the Magic Archer Corps was competing with a half-elf in archery. What shocked everyone was that there was no winner in either match. At the same time, the triangle relationship between the half-elves, Altany, and Pang Luo was also dug up and quickly spread. Almost everyone present knew about Altany's vow to the Moonlight Goddess. Chinrue saw that the elf Queen Liv had actually appeared in the VIP seats. Beside Queen Liv, he was surprised to see a familiar woman who was not an elf. The current queen of the Ryo Empire, Rambus. The Ryo Empire and the Silver Moon Fairy were allies. Rambus must have been invited to the New Moon Festival as a special guest. Queen Liv's eyes were quite sharp. She had already discovered the presence of Chinrue, as well as her younger daughter, who was excitedly talking to Chinrue. Her eyes flickered slightly. As the spectators were all elves, Rambus didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She just whispered to Princess Phyllis, who was also an alumnus of Starlight Academy. At this time, the final battle in the field had finally begun. The archery duel was a best of 3, with each round lasting 20 minutes. The contestant had to use archery to kill the opponent. Auxiliary potions or weapons other than bows and arrows were not allowed. If no one died within 10 minutes, it would be a draw. If all 3 matches were a draw, then another match would be added to determine the winner. If it was another draw, then another match would be added, and so on. Pang Luo and Tylos walked into the final battlefield. When they first entered, both of them could not move. They could only recover after the barrier was formed. Both of them were secretly gathering their strength while quickly observing the generated environment. This was a forest environment. There were all kinds of hidden traps and killing intent. From time to time, various realistic magical beasts would appear to attack. Even if both of them stood still and did not attack, they would still die. Just as the environment was completely formed and the restraints were loosened, Pang Luo and Tylos moved at the same time. Due to the rules, the strength displayed by both of them was restricted to a certain extent. Now that the rules were released, their godly archery was immediately and vividly displayed. Unlike the previous 2 matches, both of them attacked without hesitation. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and they began to shoot at each other at high speed. Pang Luo's shooting speed was quite amazing. He shot 3 arrows with 1 bow. On the surface, 3 arrows at a time seemed normal. Some people could shoot 10 arrows at the same time, but this kind of attack was too scattered. It was fine against a large number of enemies, but the attack against a single enemy was limited, especially against an opponent with the same archery skills. Pang Luo's 3 arrows were held between the gaps of his forefingers, and he shot them one by one with the recoil of the bowstring. Although it was in sequence, the speed was very fast. They left the bowstring almost at the same time, and each arrow had a different strength and trajectory. Less than a second after the 3 arrows were shot, another 3 arrows appeared on the bowstring. Countless whistling sounds were heard, as if hundreds of tracking missiles were flying accurately towards Tylos. Tylos did not shoot multiple arrows at a time. 1 arrow per bow was relatively standard, but his shooting speed was still above Pang Luo's. His attacks were more refined and effective. Both of them were evenly matched. The audience only saw the 2 of them constantly dodging in the forest. While moving, they launched fierce counterattacks. Countless whistling sounds became the main sound of the battlefield. The various difficult archery skills were amazing. These were not performances to show off, but real killing skills to assess the situation. Qinrui nodded secretly. In terms of archery alone, the elves were indeed invincible. After a few rounds of attacks, the shooting frequency of both sides began to slow down. It was not because of their strength, but because they had a certain degree of understanding of each other's characteristics. The form of attack at the beginning was no longer effective. If it continued, it would only waste their stamina. So at the same time, they slowed down their rhythm and became more cautious when shooting. If it was crazy shooting before, then now it was shooting in bursts. Although it was not as intense as shooting, it was more dangerous. The elves watching the battle were all professionals. They knew that it would be a difficult tug-of-war. It was not only a competition of archery skills, but also tactics, willpower, stamina, and other aspects. Whoever could seize the opportunity in a split second would be the final winner. Swift figures moved and flashed in the forest. From time to time, the light of arrows could be seen lingering around them. Time passed minute by minute, and it was almost the time limit of 20 minutes. At this moment, the forest environment began to thin out. A figure could be seen half kneeling on the ground with a few arrows stuck in his body. It was Tylos, and opposite him was Pang Luo. He had only been hit by 1 arrow, and it was a slit in the throat. Tylos won. Altani cried tears of joy, while the elves were in an uproar. They could not believe their eyes. The number 1 archer of the Magic Archer Corps had been defeated by the arrows of a half-elf. Qinrui could clearly see that Tylos had been at a disadvantage, but the half-elf was very clever. He deliberately used his injuries to numb his opponent, fighting as he moved, as if he wanted to stall for time to tie. Pang Luo, who thought that he had the absolute advantage, naturally refused to give up such a good situation and attacked fiercely. In his haste to succeed, Tylos seized the opportunity and killed him with a single arrow, turning his disadvantage into a victory and reversing the situation in one fell swoop was not a coincidence, but a true tactical accomplishment. It could be said that Pang Luo did not lose unjustly. The boundary of the forest disappeared completely, and Tylos and Pang Luo were both teleported out. Pang Luo clutched his throat with a look of lingering fear. If he was not in the boundary, he would have died in the hands of this lowly half-elf. Pang Luo's father, the elf Elder Farl, looked at his son who was walking back in a daze. His face was ashen. A pure elf had lost to a half-elf in archery, and on such an important occasion at that. It was simply an intolerable shame. This was no longer an ordinary archery competition, nor was it a bet for a woman. It was a battle that concerned the reputation of the entire Magic Archer Corps, the entire Hay Sealy family, and even the entire elven race. Even Queen Liv and Emperor Lanyao were paying attention to this duel. No matter what, Pang Luo could not lose again. Farl walked in front of Pang Luo, who was still in disbelief, and slapped his son in the face. Pang Luo trembled, and 5 red marks appeared on his handsome face. Even his bow fell to the ground. The furious Farl stepped on it and broke it. He scolded, "It's only the first round. Keep your spirits up. The Hay Sealy family is about to be disgraced by you." Pang Luo was almost stunned by the slap. When he saw his father's eyes that were about to spit fire, he immediately quivered and sobered up. Farl looked at the broken bow on the ground. He casually took out a bow and stuffed it into Pang Luo's hands. "If you lose again, don't come back to see me." Pang Luo looked at the bow in his hand, and a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his face. He nodded his head vigorously. In the stands, Chenrue's eyes narrowed. Rala said softly, "That bow." Chenrue nodded and shook her hand, indicating that Rala should continue watching. In the VIP seats, Queen Liv also saw the bow that Farl handed to Pang Luo. She frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't. The second round began very quickly. Although Tylos had suffered a certain amount of exhaustion and injuries in the previous round, Pang Luo's fatal injury had received a certain degree of compensation. The two of them were back on the same starting line. The second round's barrier was a hilly environment. There were much less cover than in the jungle, which made it even more difficult for both sides to dodge. For a top archer like this, using arrows to break arrows was the most important defensive strategy, which was to use offense to replace defense. This would also be an exciting battle that was far more intense than the previous round. However, when the duel began, it was overwhelmingly one-sided. The half-elves' arrows couldn't stop Pang Luo's arrows at all. This was because Pang Luo's arrows were far stronger and faster than the first round. When the two arrows collided, Pang Luo's arrow would usually shatter Tylo's arrow and continue flying. "That's..." The little elf princess beside Chenrue looked at the bow in Pang Luo's hand and finally understood. "Despicable. Michelle?" Alice asked curiously. "The bow Pang Luo uses is called the Mystic Moon Bow. It was once the Elf King Span's quasi-divine weapon. It's one of the 3 elven bows, and its power is astonishing. After His Highness Span quelled the elven crisis, he gave the Mystic Moon Bow to Lord Tanis as a reward for his bravery. After Lord Tanis died of illness, the bow was passed on to Lord Tanis's son, Elder Farl. I didn't think that Elder Farl would give the Mystic Moon Bow to Pang Luo in order to let him win." Michelle's words allowed Chenrue to understand the origins of the bow. It was actually a treasure used by the Elf King's father-in-law. At this moment, the outcome of the duel had already been decided. Tylos had lost without any suspense. The elves immediately cheered, but there were also some elves who discovered the mystery behind it and weren't as happy as the others. Although this was only a loophole in the rules, no matter what, This competition of top archery had already changed. After the barrier disappeared, the gnome glanced at Pang Luo, his eyes filled with grief and disdain. As his opponent, he knew better than anyone how Pang Luo had won. Pang Luo turned his head away guiltily, pretending not to see the look in his eyes. He only raised the mystic moon bow high and accepted the elves' cheers. When the gnome walked back to Altani's side with a gloomy expression, he unexpectedly discovered that there was another figure by her side. It was the master who had helped him enter the Silver Moon immortal capital. It was very likely that he was another important figure of the Elf King. The gnome was still very grateful to Qinrui. Just as he was about to bow, Qinrui's voice rang out in his heart. Very angry. This sentence caused the gnome to lower his head. Qinrui's gaze swept across the VIP seats, and he indifferently said, "This is not a fair world to begin with." "I understand." Tylos raised his head. There was not a trace of hesitation or cowardice in his eyes. "We can only fight to the death." "That's right. Blaming the heavens and others is useless. All we can do is be unyielding and go against the current. Perhaps we will have a chance at survival, or perhaps we can even grasp the lifeline of fate." Qinrui paused. "Since you already have this kind of understanding, then take this arrow. Use your greatest courage and determination to shoot it." Tylos suddenly felt that he was holding an arrow in his hand. It looked very ordinary, but the arrow was made of golden feathers. When he looked at Qinrui again, he had already disappeared. From the expressions of Altani and the nearby elves, that person seemed to be an illusion that did not exist. Only the arrow in his hand was real. Chapter 1192. Qinrui's words to Tylos were all completed in his mind through the analytical eyes. Tylos's reply was more like he was talking to himself. Almost no one noticed the arrow in Tylos's hand, nor did they notice the unfamiliar elf that had appeared before. There was only a 5-minute break in between, and the third round that would decide the outcome of the match soon began. Tylos looked at the tearful Altani, and then looked at the golden arrow in his hand. Without any hesitation, he strode to the center of the field. This time, the battle environment of the barrier was a plain. This kind of environment was more conducive to attack than the hills. Pang Luo was overjoyed. For him, who had the mystic moon bow, he could display the full power of the quasi-divine weapon without any worries. So he already had the victory in his hands. Farl, who was in the stands, sat down confidently, although his methods were not very honorable, for the face of the Hayseely family and the entire elven race. Victory was the most important thing. Just as the environment was formed and the duel began, Pang Luo had already shot 3 arrows, locking onto Tylos. Tylos's movements were faster than him. The bowstring sounded and an arrow was released. Pang Luo knew that Tylos's single arrow was slightly faster than his, so he was not surprised. He immediately shot out one of the 3 arrows in his hand, meeting this arrow. In the previous round, Pang Luo had also easily shattered the half-elf's arrow with 1 arrow. What was strange was that the half-elf's arrow was surprisingly slow, as if it was slowly swaying in the air. Pang Luo's arrow, without any suspense, collided with this arrow and instantly shattered. However, it was Pang Luo's arrow that shattered. "What?" Farl and Pang Luo exclaimed at the same time, thinking that there was something wrong with their eyes. The arrow shot by the quasi-divine weapon, the mystic moon bow, was actually shattered. The half-elf's arrow still maintained its deceptive turtle speed as it flew towards Pang Luo. Pang Luo did not hesitate to shoot out 2 arrows in a row. Shatter, shatter. It was the same as last time. Pang Luo did not believe it, and once again 3 arrows appeared in his hand. For a moment, countless arrows flew towards the slow arrow with all kinds of light, causing the sound of explosions to ring out. Then it was the same as before. All of the attacks were shattered. The arrow maintained its slow flying posture, the golden tail of the arrow emitting a faint light, as if mocking the incompetence of the opponent. How was this possible? Pang Luo's vest was already soaked in cold sweat, as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow had already neared Pang Luo, carrying with it an indifferent yet irresistible might. It was like the power of nature, plain yet boundless. Pang Luo could not even think of dodging, because there was no way to dodge. Pang Luo subconsciously raised his mystic moon bow, blocking in front of him. However, the arrow did not stop. When it struck the mystic moon bow, it immediately stopped. The entire barrier trembled. Then a crack appeared on the mystic moon bow. The crack spread out in the blink of an eye. With a pung sound, the bow broke into pieces. The quasi-divine artifact, mystic moon bow, was shattered by an arrow. At this moment, almost everyone was stunned. This scene was too shocking. Even when Pang Luo's body was pierced by the arrow and turned into particles, it did not cause too much of a ripple. After easily killing Pang Luo, the arrow slowly nailed itself to the ground. Large amounts of cracks began to appear on the ground covered in the barrier. In a fan-shaped area in front of the arrow, a giant pit appeared. The barrier that had been covering the area had been turned to dust. Such a terrifying power! The might of this arrow completely shocked the audience. Even the gnome that had shot it was no exception. Just what kind of arrow was this? Fortunately, only a portion of the barrier had collapsed. After the scene of the duel disappeared, Pang Luo's body returned to normal, but he could not help trembling. His face was completely pale. The fear from the arrow that had destroyed everything had been deeply engraved into his soul. Damn! The fastest to react was Pang Luo's father, Farl. He loudly shouted, "This is cheating. This is blasphemy against the new moon sacrifice. This is not a contest of archery at all. Execute this despicable gnome." As soon as these words came out, many of the elves began to shout, "Execute the gnome!" Most of these elves were actually aware of the mysteries of the battle just now. However, due to the pride of the elves, or perhaps it could be called vanity, or perhaps some other feeling, these elves' hearts were somewhat distorted. Thus, they loudly responded to Farl's call. A considerable number of elves chose to remain silent, but as the cheers continued, more and more voices began to join in. The gnome, Tylos, seemed to have calmed down. He only silently looked at Altani. There was nothing else in his eyes, including life and death. "What a surprise!" a calm voice sounded. An indifferent voice rang out. This voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable power that reverberated in everyone's soul, suppressing all the other shouts. An unfamiliar elf slowly walked down from the stands, followed by a few other elves and a white unicorn. Some of the elves immediately recognized that the white unicorn was the fiercest of the jadeite forest sea by foam. Among the people that walked down from behind was the little Princess Michelle. Queen Liv had already stood up to speak, but upon seeing this scene, she fell silent for a moment before sitting back down. The person beside Queen Liv had already stared closely at the elf, walking at the very front, his face filled with unconcealable shock. This elf's appearance and voice. "No, he's not an elf. It's him. Your Majesty Rambus?" Princess Philly's concerned voice sounded from the side. Queen Blue Brilliance took a deep breath, quickly withdrawing her complex emotions into her mirror-like eyes, and shook her head to indicate that she was fine. "The surprise I'm talking about is not the outcome of the duel, but the people who decided the outcome." You, all of you!" Chinrue said as he slowly walked to the gnome's side. Tylos immediately bowed. "Who are you?" Farl immediately jumped up, pointing at Chinrue. "You must be the one who helped the gnome cheat." "I was the one who gave that arrow to Tylos. It's indeed cheating." Chinrue's words caused many elves to whisper, but he was still calm and composed. However, many people here know that this duel has lost its fairness since the second round. What was originally the purest and most splendid clash of archery turned into an ugly utilitarian battle. What's even more chilling is that those who clearly know the truth yet still want to execute the gnomes for some reason. Your actions are the ones that have truly profaned the holiness of the new moon sacrifice. Nonsense. You're the desecrator. You're in cahoots with that gnome. Farrell was furious. Come, take him down. A sigh rang out, and everyone heard it. The sigh came from another direction. There, a figure appeared in the field, silently staring at the broken mystic moon bough on the ground. You. Farrell looked at this familiar male elf in surprise. Suddenly he trembled and quickly bowed. Your Highness Span. It's His Highness Span from 20,000 years ago. Elf King. There were cries of alarm from the surrounding elves. Span shook his head and looked at Farrell. The mystic moon bough is already dead. Farrell lowered his head and said, Your Highness, it's my fault for not taking good care of it. The gnome used an evil weapon to destroy the mystic moon bough. Please punish me, Your Highness. I said it's dead. Span sighed again. The mystic moon bough is one of the 3 elven bows, symbolizing bravery and justice. When I gave it to your father, Tanis, it was because he was more suited to use it than me. However, when you gave it to Pang Luo to cheat, its soul had already begun to dissipate. Even if you won the duel in the end, its spirit would no longer exist. If it was someone else saying this, Farrell would certainly refute or quibble. But the person who said this was the previous owner of the mystic moon bough, his father, Tanis' former master, and also the legendary hero of the elves, Span. Farrell was speechless. The death of the mystic moon bough saddens me. But what saddens me even more are the cries just now. Span looked around at the stands. Wherever his eyes went, many elves lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. For something floating on the surface, you didn't hesitate to abandon your dignity, abandon your pride, abandon your conscience, abandon your justice. I and many of my compatriots here have personally experienced the catastrophe of 20,000 years ago. In that catastrophe, the Silver Moon Immortal City and the Tree of Nature were almost completely destroyed by the hands of the fallen elves. Your performance just now was very similar to the fallen who were tempted by darkness and evil. Have you ever thought that when you thought you got the result you wanted, in fact, even more precious things were slowly leaving you? When Span said this, almost all of the elves revealed a look of shame. At this time, Empress Liv's voice sounded. What Your Highness Span said is correct. We should learn to face ourselves and learn to reflect on ourselves, not blindly arrogant and conceited. I hope that this matter can be remembered in everyone's heart, become an end, and at the same time a new beginning. Only by maintaining self-reflection and self-improvement, the elves can continue to flourish in this world and not fall or die. As expected of the Empress, this conclusion was very timely. Chinrue secretly nodded and applauded. For a moment, the elves all applauded. Empress Liv nodded slightly to Chinrue. Tylos, who knew that he was going to die, never dreamed of such a turn of events. He gratefully bowed deeply to Chinrue. The half-elf walked in front of Altani and held her lover's hand. Unexpectedly, a flat lowly appeared in front of Altani and revealed a murderous look. Take your claws away! Altani is our woman. Whoever dares to snatch her, we will kill them. The half-elf was dumbfounded. Altani was also stunned. Only now did she realize that there seemed to be something wrong with this elf girl. Inviting a wolf into the house? Chinrue looked at the female gangster with black lines on his forehead. He was about to speak when he suddenly frowned and looked at the sky. The originally blue sky was suddenly covered with silver clouds. The clouds projected countless dazzling beams of light. The entire sky of the Silver Moon Immortal City trembled. Then the protective barrier was easily penetrated.